tonight's episode, Triangle of Terror.
All right, welcome everybody to another episode of Every Second Matters. So Every Second Matters is an awareness campaign. It's been going on since 2013. In fact, that was me. So in fact, we got Luke in here who was actually hosting the first rooms back in November of 2013 or something like that, when we started to see the consequences of the reaction to Obama's executive actions, his 23 executive actions at the beginning of 2013, as a reaction to the atrocity in Connecticut. So somebody's got a hot mic or something and rubbing all on a mic. And then I can't tell who it is. Rob, maybe? What? So we got a bunch of people get together back in the day that were hanging out in these live chats, and we knew that the grassroots sort of resistance or the grassroots results weren't going to just happen or should be focused on. So as an attempt to do something to keep that alive, or to keep that, remember that stuff, we started doing some conversations to come up with something, and then we came up eventually with the idea to do something as far as awareness of the Second Amendment and what it protects on the second day of each month. And now it is a long time later, and people do different things on the second day of the month. What I do is host a conversation, and I invite a bunch of people into it. We have a channel over here on YouTube where we put these things. So thanks everybody for showing up. We'll have people that watch us live, and we'll have comments up on the screen. Like DJ was out there earlier, and Echo was out there and in here, and Makojo's out there. And then a bunch of people joined us live. So I want to thank everybody. I'll introduce everyone, and then I'll shut up, and we'll just talk about Second Amendment and what it protects. So in no particular order, we'll just go in the order that's on the screen right now. At the top left, we got Rob, co-founder of Tusk, the Universal Settlement Coin. It's a cyber coin focused on Second Amendment. I'm just going to introduce everybody, and then you can all take as much time as you want. We got Luke, who is L3D, 3D printer on YouTube, and has a user's guide and troubleshooting guide for the Ender printers. Pretty decent stuff. And again, Second Amendment advocate for a long, long time. Got Smeggy, who is a snowman and is in California driving right now. Guns Barbecue hosts a show on YouTube a couple times a week, does a 2A Women Wednesday series, as well as a barbecue show on Saturdays, joining us from Pennsylvania. And then Echo is from Florida, who hosts quite a few shows focused on reloading and keeping the community together in live conversations. Let's see, I didn't mention that Luke is up in Oregon, or from Oregon. I don't know where he is right now. And then Rob is Utah. Smeggy's California. I'm in Tucson, and that's about as much as you're going to get from me. So thanks everybody for showing up. Feel free to take the mic and let's chat about what our Second Amendment protects for a while.
Sweet. You got it half right. I'm in Oregon now, but I'm from Washington, right across the river.
Oh, okay.
No worries. Half the time when I travel, if people ask where I'm from, I tell them I'm from Portland, Oregon, because everybody knows where that's at. And then they go, oh, I know where that's at. Well, then I go, I actually live across the river in Vancouver, Washington, where the more sane people live. But anyhow.
So again, kind of just threw it out there, but if anybody wants to say, hey, feel free. Otherwise, do we have any topics to lead off with? Anything that's hot on people's minds? I got something, but it has nothing to do with the Second Amendment right now.
All right. I had, the last time I sort of hopped in on one of these, I got some requests about the early development stuff from Every Second Matters. And I am finding stuff as I dig around. I found some of the original proposed artwork and stuff that when I get a chance, I'll share it with G-Webs and anybody else that wants to play around with it or whatever. But yeah, it's a testament to the message that it's still going on, right? Because I was gone for a while for professional reasons, That's turning around, thank God. But I'm glad to see people out doing their thing on the second. I know some people that don't even come and participate here are still doing their own thing on every second matters edict or whatever you want to call it for doing something on the second, and that makes me really happy that it's still going on.
It is. It's kind of cool. It's gone in different directions. People have taken it. Some people really like the open holster thing and carry around like an empty holster, and some people do the shirt thing and wear some kind of a gun shirt. So for a long time there was the get together on the second and just talk about what you did kind of thing, and that lasted, I think, the longest of any like single effort, other than just getting together and chatting.
Yeah. So I do a mix. I guess we could go over what each of us do. I'll let everybody else go first, and then I'll weigh in. How's that?
All right, yeah, that's something that I do. I try and join in on these chats as often as possible, but even if I don't do that, I really like the grassroots, like coworker, friend of a friend of a family type, activism. So I'm making a point on the second to try and shoehorn like Second Amendment into any conversation I'm having, even if it's at work and, oh man, this pump's messed up, blah blah blah, whatever. I'll be like, oh, that's just like the bump stock ban, and then I'll go on my little soapbox. I have to say, I am behind enemy lines, but almost everyone I work with, when I get talking with them, it's like they're all in the closet gun owners or supporters or whatever. So I'm very open about it, and hopefully I'm trying to get everyone else a little more comfortable, and maybe some of the people behind enemy lines will realize, like, they think they're the only person who owns a gun in the whole city or whatever, and they're not. And so maybe with enough people realizing that, they'll
When you
start
say that,
their voting and everything,
when you say that, it makes me think that there's also some effort or some gains to be made by just having people can figure out to calm their jets, right? Once they know a gun owner, maybe they got no interest in owning a gun, but once they know you're a gun owner, they can go, oh, well, then I've been misled that all gun owners are XYZ when this guy's clearly normal. Maybe I can calm down about gun ownership. So that's...
Our language can affect that too. So you're quote unquote calling it the enemy lines, right? There is probably at least 2/3 as many people that own guns on the Democrat side as the Republican side, and then throw in a bunch more in the independent or whatever libertarian you want to call it or whatever. But we got to stop phrasing it like that, right? We need to just phrase it. People that are either pro-gun or whatever, and not put your political affiliation into your gun ownership. Not to lecture you or whatever. Just when you said behind enemy lines or whatever, that creates a barrier that's already there, right at the front of things.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things. Since 2013 to now is when I've been paying the most attention to this stuff, but I've been involved with it since, because I've been a gun owner my whole life and I'm old. So the idea that the talking about it and then the doing stuff, like Smeggy was just kind of doing that with air quotes, because that's such a platitude at this point. The whole behind enemy lines and assuming all political lines make gun ownership lines or something. I think that's something that, well, it's been frustrating over the years, because I've known that people are aware of it, certainly after knowing enough people from California and other states that, I understand I would never say behind enemy lines unless I was doing the air quotes thing also, unless, there's reason for it. Just because, I know that there's a lot of competent fight happening over there and lots of successes and victories and stuff. But that's one of those things that when people come to the mix and the conversations go around, it's gonna come up that that concept. But I don't know. I guess I'm saying that over the years, it's certainly become less and less of just a default. Let's say it and move on. Because definitely in 2013, we would have said, "Move," right? Or the content, or the what's the word? The result of that conversation, if someone said, "I'm from California and I'm a gun owner," it would have been like, "Move," and then we would move on to the next conversation.
Yeah. Need to fight for it where you're at, but we shouldn't have to move around the country to have our rights. That's why they were federally enumerated rights, not state given rights. That's a
I guess that was a long way of
technical.
saying that exactly. Those fights have evolved, and
Right.
those folks in California aren't just being told like move or get
Right.
out of there. It's your fault. Like keep moving. Those 7 million gun owners in California who united in all kinds of groups and made themselves players.
But
Yeah,
I
no.
don't know if saying that you're behind enemy lines is necessarily throwing your political ideologies into it. Is just acknowledging that where you live is not gun friendly, and to say that we're having these awesome victories, we are, but that's because those places are so anti-gun that they're blatantly violating people's rights, and we're getting these victories based on these rights being violated and these laws being unconstitutional. So I think that in itself plays to the behind enemy lines thing, because these people that they have for elected officials, they don't care about the people's rights. And in a sense, if you were, World War II behind enemy lines in Germany, well, if you were working for the Allies, it's not going to be too great, but you can still score victories. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess I just don't see it as throwing in your political views as much as just substantiating, hey, where I am, it's not a friendly place, but we're trying to change it.
I might have been projecting how I feel about my state on top of you. I apologize for that.
Oh, it didn't bother me. No, just throwing out my ideas here too. That's all. And say, well, yeah, because you got 1639 up there, right?
So to give people an example of how our education efforts might play a role, a while back we had the last deal where they turned us into felons for making private party gun sales. It was put up for a public vote, and there was two bills. One was our bill, which said leave it by the state constitution, we don't have a gun problem. And then the other one was, hey, stop the gun show loophole. People are going to buy guns off the internet and it's unsafe, right? That was their messaging.
Well, he's talking about 1639, I guess, and that was Bloomberg's money came in and bought every marketing company in town, literally, and then told them all, do this message, make this bill happen, and make this ballot initiative happen. So they went out and paid people to sign a ballot initiative, and then once it was on the ballot, they used their marketing stuff, know how to, give people the impression that by signing for it, there'd be safety, and now they're living under the infamy, of 1639, right? At least that's my understanding of how it went down.
Well, and with the way I understand it too, I mean, with the way the signature process went and things like that, they were blatantly lying to people to get them to sign. And, even the state Supreme Court there in Washington said, yeah, this is shady and, unconstitutional. Then they still let it through.
Very well. Any other topics of the month, topics of the era, topics of the season for Second Amendment? We left off last month, and heading into SHOT Show, and I was in a pretty bad situation going on in my situation over here, so I wasn't really looking forward to a year of 2022. However, after SHOT Show and just the way that things went down and stuff, I've got more optimism than I've had in a while. And then having gone to SHOT Show and haven't gone to SHOT Show with such presence of Second Amendment stuff, I'm more impressed than ever about what might get done in 2022. I don't know if anybody else got that from any of the reporting or articles that have come out from SHOT Show.
I thought it was a great show, and I can say, at least as far as our project going, it's turned out to be amazing. I'm still doing nonstop meetings today, this week, last week, just dealing with SHOT Show leads, which has been really cool.
That's awesome. So Tusk being a cyber and focused on 2A gives us more resource. So it's like having a PayPal or a Venmo or one of these Cash App type of, it's a next or another tool in the inventory to move value around and to create, to exchange wealth or exchange value over the web or in real life at gun shows and whatnot, right?
Yeah, it's just a way to a new way to do commerce that's unstoppable. We can't shut your accounts down if we wanted to, and some people I'd like to, because some people are jerks, but we don't have the ability to do that.
It's definitely cool to see that making gains. That's something that I've been more and more interested in over the years, seeing that the gun community gets some sort of a way to own our value and our how do we exchange goods and stuff.
All I can say is that people that aren't in the industry, like dealing with the commerce part, they may not think about the deplatforming that's going on the financial side. I think a lot more influencers, for instance, seem to recognize there's a problem with the Silicon Valley social media side, because they see that lots of their friends and stuff are being demonetized or deplatformed or what have you. But there's actually a much bigger financial deplatforming going on that affects the industry. But as I, it's funny because you hear a lot of FUDs that, start off saying they don't like crypto, but they don't know anything about it, but they don't like it. But understand that the environment we're working in right now with 2A and just maybe even conservative opinions on things, this is not a static environment. I was talking to some people the other day and said, look, the ADL and PayPal are teamed up. And they're doing a research project on how to, quote unquote, cut off hate from their finances. So understand, like, gun people can't use PayPal, right? Understand that you're already not allowed to if you're you're a gun business and a lot of other businesses. But what happened is PayPal gave a lot of money to the ADL to research how they can cut off people from finances. So think about this. Now, I'm not even really a conservative. I'm more of a libertarian. But if you go and look at the ADL's website and look at the articles about how they define racism and how they define hate and things like that, it seems to be a very slippery slope into just normal conservative rhetoric. And so what I think they're building, maybe I'm wrong, but I think they're building a financial no-fly list. So before they were going after industries, I think what you're going to see is they're going to create a list of people that are not allowed to use platforms now. And that's where they're going with this. So understand that this limiting of people's ability to do commerce is coming. And if you're not looking at, or at least considering, decentralized money, and if the industry doesn't get behind it, and look, it doesn't, I know I'm shilling my own project, right? But make it Bitcoin, I don't care, pick one. If you don't have something that they don't control as a way to do commerce, you're going to be screwed. And that is coming. And so what are you doing about it? Or what are people in the industry doing about that fact that that's coming? And then they look at you like, oh shit, but they're not paying attention.
Well, here's another thing that I'm going to add, and I've been thinking, because after some of the conversations, just to interrupt you, something that concerns people seem to have when I talk to them about this stuff is the whole investment scam thing. Like on PayPal or like a credit card, I don't invest in my credit card. I don't invest in PayPal. I don't have a bunch of speculative piles of money on PayPal in case my PayPal money is worth more tomorrow or in a month or something. I just use PayPal as a way to exchange money for things. And I don't put a bunch of money on my credit cards and think, if I have it on my credit cards and then the change in credit card value goes up, I'm going to be rich. I just use my credit cards. And that's what I'm suggesting Tusk is a useful tool for. If you become rich in the future based on how the world works, awesome, but that's not the goal, right? The goal is just to give us a tool that we can exchange value in a way that's not necessary to have a bank okay it. And then we can move on, have mastered the PayPal, the Venmo, whatever you want to call it, like the next level of banking.
So we never tell people that Tusk is an investment. We never tell people to quote unquote invest in Tusk. We never sold it. Understand that. Like I never sold a bunch of Tusk into the market or whatever. Well, we gave it all away for free. And so I've never, so let's start with the scam kind of thing, right? There are lots of scams in crypto. No doubt about it. But this comes down to like, pay attention to what you're doing, learn what you're doing before you make mistakes, get around smart people that can help you walk through and protect yourself from scams. But, I understand I can't sell you. I never sold anything. So like, I didn't take anybody's money, and we've been around 4 years now. It's like, we're not like some kind of new thing that we're trying to just come to the market and take advantage of gun people or anything like that. We started talking to the gun industry about 2.5 years ago. But I'm doxxed, our team's doxxed, we're not hiding. We're not like, furry cartoon avatars, trying to pitch some get rich quick scheme. So we're kind of different. So I look at it like this. There's some people that look like they're a little more close to my age here. So, remember that back during the .com, bust era, like before the .com crash, right? There was all these, there's a zillion IPO stocks of internet companies that were coming around, and there was so many of those out there. And there were lots of scams then too, remember? And then most of them failed. Most of them were garbage. Most of them were, riding a hype wave. But out of that, you have Amazon.com blew up. You got Facebook, you got Google, Microsoft blew up. You got the Twitters of the world and a lot of other tech companies that capitalized on the technology, which the technology that underlies cryptocurrencies and NFTs is absolutely stunning and amazing, and allows for amazing potential in a lot of different areas. But we're going through that kind of hype cycle, which leads to a lot of people are coming here just to get rich quick because it's exciting. A lot of people come here because they're afraid of the dollar collapsing, which I think is a genuine concern at this point. And where I kind of come at it is, I'm old too. And I come at it from the point of view is that I do have a good understanding of the technology now, but I'm good at applying it and saying, okay, this technology will be really good for this industry. And so we've never marketed our project as an investment. We've never hyped it like, oh, it's going to go to the moon, Lambo kind of stuff. We've always said, look, we're trying to solve this problem in this industry because we care about this industry. And I think that's like a big difference is how we're approaching it. Now, it's funny because on the fact that we're so focused on trying to solve real problems, and we haven't hyped, then people are like, oh, well, you don't got much volume on your blockchain and you're not worth $10 billion. So it's like a weird trade-off, right? You can't make everybody happy. I'm like, when I just tell people, look, it's a free floating price, much like gold. Like if you're going to buy gold or silver, precious metals, by the way, I like precious metals too. But if you're going to go buy gold or silver, when you go in, the price is never the same. It's always changing because it's a market priced commodity. Well, Tusk is as well. And so just understand it's a little different than, PayPal or Venmo in that aspect. But we think that this industry, the gun industry, is definitely under attack and going to continue to be. And we believe they're going to be going after the industry harder through the financial sectors that are all run by folks in Silicon Valley that hate us. And so we think it's just, if anything, it's a free insurance policy. It doesn't cost you anything to set up Tusk. It doesn't cost you to set up a payment gateway. It's free. You can set up a wallet. It's free. There's 0% transaction fees for retailers. It's less than a penny for a buyer to send any kind of transactions. So, I mean, it's stupid cheap. It's pretty straightforward and easy to set up, and it's an insurance policy. So if your current payment methods seem to go belly up or get wonky because of politics, you still have Tusk as a backup.
We'll be adding it to our Gear website store, and then making things that cost like $10 or whatever be available for Tusk or $20 or whatever. So you'll be able to go put $25 in a wallet and then turn that into the kind of cyber coin you want. That could be Tusk, and then go to a store and use it like a PayPal or whatever, and see what we're talking about, because that's really all it is getting people comfortable with using the new PayPal or the new system so that they can experience it, and then we're not confused or hindered by it. But I was going to say also that it's very much like when people want to have their videos on different platforms nowadays, because they're concerned about issues, or they just like the idea of exploring new platforms or having different conversations with different rules of terms of service and things on the different platforms. So it's the same way, except with money, right? With being able to exchange value on an alternative platform. All right. Well, so you said you were having success or having a lot of leads from SHOT or whatever. I'm glad, because again, that means that even if people don't wrap it up right away and end up having Tusk available on their whatever, their storefront or whatever it is you're talking to, at least it's in their heads and they're getting comfortable with the concept. And I'm sure some of them are going to come through. Like I say, I just need the time to go do it. And by the end of the week, I should have Tusk available as an option on the store.
And by the way, I didn't pay him to say that either.
No, I'm just glad I figured out how to do it. Thanks to, kind of making the process understandable. Then that's something I've been wanting to do for a bit.
Yeah, and if you need any help, I'll help you out. I mean, I think I always tell people like Tusk, and we're a decentralized project, and that's just a big fancy term to say we're somewhere between a cross between a nonprofit and like a co-op. So like there's no, C Corp. I'm not a CEO or anything like that. We all got day jobs, and this is just something that we are doing because we think it's needed. I mean, that's what it comes down to. But what else you got? I think out there, and it's funny, like in G-Webs, we talked a lot at SHOT Show, and it's like, who else is out here trying to help this sector, this industry, like with crypto or anything, right? Like, and no one, there's no one there. There's no one from any other crypto there. And I think that's the difference, is that we're trying to do the work to really kind of, get people, comfortable, but understanding that there is this option out there just in case things go south. And that's just kind of how I've just tried to work with people. And I get a lot of people don't like new things. A lot of people don't like change. But the fact is the industry is changing and the politics are not getting better, regardless of, we might have some wins out there and certain, lawsuits and stuff put out by the big gun rights people. But the fact is the industry is not getting freer when it comes to the financial piece. And there needs to be something out there for people to fall back on.
You're focusing on the firearms industry, and I'm sorry, I'm just kind of joining in, but you're focusing on the firearms industry. Do you want to, or are you looking at expanding beyond just the firearms industry?
Hey, Jeff, actually, we were never only going to be for the firearms industry. So that was never, that's not the rhetoric, right? So Tusk, the name is the universal settlement coin. So the long-term plan was always to be a universally adopted crypto payment system. But what we've said is that in the United States, if you want to get adoption for crypto, you have to start with industries that have a recognized problem with payments. And in the US, there's about 7 industries that kind of meet that criteria, and they're all distasteful to somebody, all of them. So it's things like pornography, gambling, cannabis, CBD, payday lenders, multi-level marketing, and guns, right? So, but I am a gun guy, and I'm not a carpetbagger, been in this space for a long time. I had a business in this space. I ran for Congress in 2006, and my voter questions on, the gun thing were, pretty damn pure back in, 12 years ago. So all this is, if you guys want to do some research, just Google my name. I'm pretty easy to find info about. And so, no, the fact is we've always wanted to work outside the gun industry, and that's always the plan. In fact, we have several different players that we're talking to that are looking to integrate us that are not in the gun space. So guns were the starting point, just like Amazon started as a bookstore. But to me, it seemed like the best industry. One, I'm passionate about the industry. So let's start there. I like guns. I know guns. I get guns. I build guns. But it's a $50 billion industry. They have really big problems. They can't use third-party payment systems for the most part. They have a huge, the private builders and guns have a big chargeback problem. They pay high credit card, fees when they can get the processing. And of all those distasteful industries I listed, really, they're the only ones that are explicit. Guns are the one that's, explicitly protected by the Constitution. So to me, that seemed like a much safer place to spend my time and something I'm more interested in. And so that's why we decided to go into the gun industry. We may never leave it, but I can tell you we already, I know there's a CBD shop that already takes it up in Wisconsin, that already takes Tusk. So, I mean, we do talk to other industries, and remember, Tusk will work for anything. But the gun industry is just where I'm focused my time. And if someone else was very passionate about one of those other sectors and they wanted to go around and go to those conferences and spend time trying to onboard companies in a different sector, they could absolutely do that. I choose to spend my time focusing on the 2A space. And most of us on the project were already weird gun nerds anyway. So it just kind of made sense for us to start here. And that's where we are.
I was looking at your stuff just a couple of days ago, again, and it's like you said, part of the challenge is the capitalization rates. You know, if you go and look on the currency exchanges and stuff, you're not really listed. Because you're below their threshold of visibility. I guess the big question for anybody is, what about risk? What is the risk profile in investing in this product?
So I'll tell you. So our normal market cap is for most of last year was between 4 and 6 million. We did a massive network upgrade last fall, and when we came back, so it's called a hard fork. When a crypto network actually upgrades, it's called a fork. And the biggest volume exchange we were on, most of the exchanges we're on are Chinese or foreign. And the biggest exchange we're on, that most of our volume up until that point, we were at thousands a day in volume, and we were tracked on CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko. What ended up happening is this shady exchange called Probit said, we're not going to upgrade our node unless you give us $50,000. We don't have $50,000. Well, we're not going to update your node and upgrade to the new hard fork. And so that got very contentious. And what's happening is it killed a lot of our volume, which resulted in like a listing being delisted from CoinMarketCap. So that's what happened. Like, they tried to blackmail us, and we wouldn't pay it even if we had it, which we don't. So I always say the best tracker to track us on is nomics.com or coinpaprika.com. And they do look at our market cap and fill that out. So it's interesting. One of the things that we're doing right now, we have 2 more exchange listings already queued. We're talking to 2 big American and fiat exchanges right now. And then in our group, we're actually passing the hat to get on a DEX that also has access to liquidity pools, which we never did before. And we're already looking at another liquidity pool option to do a wrapped Tusk on the Ethereum blockchain to get into Uniswap. So we are going to be working on that. It's just part of getting out there.
All right. I appreciate your answering the question, but this would be like if we went into a crazy amount of like the Ogilvy like grind on a neck of a reloading issue, and we went off on that kind of subject. So I'm going to rein us back in. So it's not designed to be an investment thing. So yeah, it doesn't have a setup to make it a big investment, lucrative thing, right? So we'll have Rob on. Rob's going to be on with Clover, and there's going to be plenty of opportunity for people to talk about Tusk specific questions. But since this is Every Second Matters, and ideally people are showing up to talk about Second Amendment awareness and what Second Amendment protects, let's talk about what Tusk, the concept, will protect in the industry. And specific questions about it, I understand, are just going to get crazy. But the same way if we asked Echo to tell us about, something about the angle of the shoulder on something, he'd go nuts and DJ us for hours on that angle. So I'm just going to try to stop it, because people are going to roll their eyes and go, oh, I don't understand. And it pisses me off as a technical person and someone who's capable, and I'm older than all of you. It's so easy to understand what Rob's talking about. But just as soon as he started talking about all that stuff, trying to justify investment angle of cyber, none of that is, he just got done talking about how that's not what Tusk is about. Tusk will evolve to be whatever it is because it's a dollar. A dollar isn't pro-gun. A dollar isn't anti-gun. A dollar is a dollar. there was a credit card, there's a traveler's check, there's PayPal, there's also going to be cyber, and then there'll be stuff that we don't know about yet. We can either be aware of that next step, or we can be scared and take whatever's given to us when everyone else takes the next step first. So no one's going to ask anybody to invest anything more than $25, because if you think that you need to invest money, then you're not listening. This is just a tool. You don't have to invest a bunch of money to become a gunsmith if you want to fix your AR, right? None of us get so scared about becoming a gunsmith that we don't even try to fix our guns in front of us. So I don't know. I'm just trying to stop a bunch of people rolling their eyes out there when we start talking about the nuts and bolts of it. So I apologize if that was out of line, but trying to keep it on Second Amendment awareness.
All good.
But anyway, so Jeff's in here. Jeff is going to be at the 2A rally here in Arizona on the 19th of February. Any chance you're going to drive down for that, Rob? Is it on your radar?
Probably not. When is it? What is it?
So every year in Arizona, we have one rally, at least one large rally at the state capitol on the grounds of the state capitol. And that'll be on the 19th of February. It's a Saturday. I don't know if anybody did invite you, but since we're sitting here talking about it.
No, I can check my calendar. Be happy to check my calendar. I know I'm going to be the end of that week. I'm going to be up in Wyoming for a while, but let me check. Maybe it's in the cards.
It is a pretty neat event, and there will be folks there that are, well, paying attention to the Second Amendment stuff. I don't know if it's worth the drive down or not. Jeff might be able to chime in on that.
Well, you're invited. I don't, there's quite a few booths. There's quite a few people. We've got some great keynote speakers. So, love to have you.
Appreciate it.
Speaking of that, who is going to be down there? I'm assuming you're going to be down there, G. And we got anybody else in the listenership or in the chat room who's planning to make the trip?
I don't think so. Let's see who we got out there. DJ's up in Nebraska. I asked him actually if he's going to drive down, but evidently his car doesn't have that kind of drive in it. Foss is up in Washington State also, so he's probably not coming down. And Luke is working, right? So you're not taking no drives like that. Where's Weston at? Does anybody know? I'm trying to think. I know it's east of here. Sandhills is also up in Nebraska. Gizzard's in Kansas. He refuses to make a long drive just for 2A rally because of his work. And I think that's everybody. Echo's out in Florida while everybody else is in here.
What kind of turnout do you normally get at that 2A rally? Is it encouraging? Get some good numbers?
The last couple of years, we've been around 2,500 to 3,500, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's definitely getting bigger each year. I've asked them to ask the police that are up on the roof of the building to take a picture down at us so that we can take a count, because we could literally count how many heads are down there. That's what I usually do. But it's so many people that it would be very difficult to get a still image of everybody to count, because it swarms all around both grasses at this point, and
yeah, they spread out too far.
But it's pretty awesome. I mean, it is 100% 2A, and it's not like, hey, let's have a rally and call it 2A, but it's really a this or it's really a that. I mean, there are bicycles, there are, motorcycles there, but I mean, they're not really the centerpiece. They just happen to have a bunch of people show up on their motorcycles and they park them right in the street there. But it's 100% 2A. All the talk is insightful, and it's not like just pandering like political stuff. Like it's, some of it gets into it and brings up ideas that people haven't thought about before. It's a pretty good, diverse group of speakers. And it's from 10 to 4 or 10 to 2. So it's 4 hours, right?
Right. Yeah.
and they're
And
talking the whole time.
Cheryl Todd always puts it together, and as far as finding speakers and doing all of the legwork, Cheryl and Kim, and so they always do a great job, and really, it's an energizing event. It really is.
I mean, I've been to a lot of 2A rallies and state rallies, and yeah, it's as well produced a rally as their podcast is. So very well produced and like an effective. It's efficient. There's people talking the whole time. You can hear them. There's booths. There's entertainment. They have it all covered. There's places for the kids. Parking. I mean, you can't create parking out of nowhere, but aside from the issue with stupid parking lots being messed up with last year, like compared to other rallies I've been to, again, just like literally about the best. And there's food. So, I mean, literally the best. You don't even you could show up and have not just a good time, but like really enjoy yourself, have like decent food, not like, oh, I can eat some kind of bag of chips or something. It's like food truck food. So yeah, we definitely.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun, and I expect to be there from about 7:30 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, and maybe I'll actually get to eat this time. I don't know. I think Chris Chang is our keynote speaker, but we've got folks from all over the place.
So he probably lives by Smeggy, so Smeg can just get a ride.
There you go.
Yeah, just have them come swing by. That'd be a fun road trip.
Be like, you got to have the AC on really high. He starts to melt all over. All right, so we've got people out there and joining, saying hey, and I don't know, like we don't really have. I don't think I've ever. Well, I know I never had any kind of super tradition for Every Second Matters. I usually adapted to whatever's at the time, but again, it's been going on for quite a few years now. So, is it about to be 10 years? Next year, it'll be 10 years. Every Second Matters been around. So, over that time, people have had different types of things to do. One of them, I think I alluded to it earlier, was for people is talk about what they did, if they did something specifically for Every Second Matters, either today or throughout the month. Does anybody want to bring any of that up? Or if anybody out there is listening and wants to bring that stuff up, feel free. We can highlight it or whatever.
Right, before I sabotage my phone again, sorry for that. I was in the middle of telling a story and I overheated my phone and got kicked out when my phone cooled down. So for me, being a federal contractor currently, I can't wear a gun on the 2nd, but I did get permission from my federal boss to wear an empty holster. And so that's what I would generally do. On the rare occasion that I'm home on the 2nd and I'm not working, then I would open carry. I would say that's less of an event in that when I'm home, I open carry all the time. I know everybody has their own opinion on that, and I don't want to argue that today. But anyhow, that's sort of what I do. It's amazing how many people that I run into, whether it's the 2nd or any other time that I open carry, that I get to educate them on our state laws on who can own guns, who can carry a gun. You have to have a concealed carry permit, all that kind of stuff. So I find it a real useful tool. Later on, some other chat, we can get into specific things you should do if you're open carrying. I carry a backup gun and other stuff, but whatever. So those are types of activities I try and work in on the 2nd when I can.
DJ is one of the people that currently does the open carry and empty holster, so that basically people see it and then they make a comment. I think he'll sometimes put something in there, right, Barbecue?
Yeah, I think he's mentioned putting in either the the Every Second Matter business cards, or perhaps it was a paper gun. I don't remember exactly 100%.
But yeah, like a paper constitution or a pocket constitution or something, maybe.
perhaps, just something else to help draw attention there. But I'm with Luke. I open carry constantly. When I'm going out, I'm open carrying unless I'm going to a place that specifically says, hey, we don't want you to be open carrying in our establishment for some reason, which rarely do I run into anything like that. But Luke, I would love to have that conversation with you sometime. That'd be great.
I'd love to do it. I got to mute because of what I'm doing with my stuff.
So DJs out there bragging about Nebraska could become 22nd for constitutional carry. Any theories or any ideas on how that'll go down this year? Or is this not the year to see, what is it, like 5 or 6 new constitutional carries? Are we about to get into the 30s?
It'd be nice if we could. I mean, Ohio's on the cusp, but with what we keep hearing from T-Mont, who knows what to think about that. But I would like to think that here within the next couple months, they're gonna make that move and seal the deal. Likewise, then we got 5 or 6 more states on queue this year. Which if Ohio gets it done, then I guess that would take us to 28 if we got 6 more on queue this year. Likewise, though, depending on how Pennsylvania's primaries go this election cycle, then we very well could see Pennsylvania hopefully making another push at it if we can manage to get a Republican governor. Most likely our House and Senate will remain Republican controlled, and we already passed it through the House and Senate once, so we should have no problem doing the same again. And if we've got a favorable governor, we could even see ourselves getting back into the mix in 2023.
Yeah, I really think the tipping point is coming up on constitutional carry, because we all know, we hear about the Wild West, blood in the streets, blah, 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 every single time. Well, if we have 26, 27 states that have it, when we have hard evidence, like you can look at the data, did crime spike? Did it drop? Did it stay the same? Did whatever? And you have all this huge sample size. Our argument just keeps getting easier and easier, because it's, look at all these places that have had it for 10 years, have had it for 5 years, had it 1 year, like however long, and nothing bad's happening. So there's no reason not to have it.
So do we see, because I think we'll have to push 30, 35 before we see it on the national level again being pushed for. Well, that was only national reciprocity. That wasn't even constitutional carry nationally, but
do we need it? I don't want to even see it. If we get 30 states, then we'll just let the states continue to do it. I don't want to see a push for national level, give the government extra rights that it doesn't have.
I don't think it's really giving the government extra rights. It's just an affirmation of our rights that we don't need silly permits and cards to carry and travel from state to state and worry about reciprocity and things like that.
Giving the federal government a level of authority to dictate that is something that they don't already have. I'm not going to give them that so that we can have it. Just don't even, they should know they don't deserve it. They don't need it. It's not necessary.
So is this Second Amendment state level issue or a federal issue?
Both. You can't have constitutional carry without national reciprocity?
No. I'm not saying national reciprocity. I would like to see national reciprocity not even be in the conversation. I'd like to see it be constitutional carry, period, across, nationally. No more carry permits or anything. That's what I was getting at was.
Well, then we're saying the same thing. So then, if that's the case, then, or is that what we're going to see this year, is just more of the same? Like you say, I can't imagine anyone is going to be able to come up with some new argument on the anti-side that says, oh, even though 21 states have it, some of them now for a decade, here's why it's actually bad, and that's a decent argument that a lot of people start to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see that happening, right? So shouldn't we just see a good chunk of all these states go constitutional carry also?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at, is if we do see that, could we see more of a wave? But then do we get to a point where, let's say we have 40 states that are doing constitutional carry? Do those other 10 say, hey, you want to do that? Have at it, but leave us alone and let us do our thing where we're infringing on everybody's rights? And then we just have, 10 states that, as a firearms owner, you want to avoid. Is that something that we could see happen as well if we don't have a national level push at some point?
Well, the problem with any national level push is that you're giving the federal government the right to tell the states what they can and can't control. And of course, with the Second Amendment, you want to say, no, this falls under federal purview, but that's going to happen through the courts. It's going to have to happen through the courts because, since we rewrote the Second Amendment and all that and redefined everything here in the last couple of years, the way the justices and the founders used to talk about it, we keep going around in circles on this. I don't think it's an argument that we need to have with each other, especially not in advance of actually getting there. The question on national reciprocity, that's an argument that we can discuss at some point. As far as constitutional carry, I think we just keep driving. Every state that adopts constitutional carry is just one more nail in the coffin, one more proof that the nonsense that the opposition spouts is nonsense. And it kills me the way each state, the opposition comes in and says, oh, it's dangerous to police officers. It's going to be blood in the streets. It's going back to the wild, wild west and so forth and so on. And it's like, well, we've heard these arguments from the last 20 states that did this. Why, and it's never come true. I'm actually really surprised that they haven't been trying harder to blame us for the increase in murders over the last 2 years while they were defunding the police and letting everybody out on free bail.
Well, in
So-
an era when they could have just taken statistics and then interpreted them and then had something printed and then used that to point at in a press conference or something, and then, to confront that or to challenge that, you would have had to done epic amount of work. That's different now when they can put something up on the web and we can take the data and find it and then figure out how they interpreted what and challenge them, in a much more effective way. So I think that some of that depended on everybody phoning it in. And again, I'll default to the people who are dealing with the horrible most infringement laws with the most infringement while they watch their neighbors do whatever they want, perceivably. People that grew up like that or living like that, they're not going to tolerate the, let's just phone it in or let's just point at these charts that we made earlier. Like, they're going to demand that, like you say, that they follow up with, and they haven't come up with a better challenge to constitutional carry than blood in the streets and all that. And that's, again, they're just phoning it in. And I think watching Texas have that happen and it effectively, going through fairly handily, that was good. I don't know, what's the word, like premonition of what should happen this year.
We can hope so. There's several governors that I don't trust, and I think that they'll try and figure out ways to kill it backdoor so that they can avoid having to veto it. DeWine and Ohio in particular, but who knows? We just got to keep pushing it, and that brings up the other question is here we are in 2022. Where should we be driving? Where should the Second Amendment
Thank you.
policy be going? What should we as activists and advocates be focusing on? I just submitted a column to Firearms News. One of the trends that I've been seeing that bothers me, and it doesn't answer my initial question on where we should be going, but it's more of a where we shouldn't be going, is we shouldn't be chasing the communist cancel culture, that doing things the way the other side does them. The infighting within the movement, I've seen a whole lot more purity test, and if you're not 100% on the same page that I'm on, then you're the enemy. Not only are you the enemy, you're evil. And I've been seeing that more and more within our community, and I'm afraid that that's destructive and harmful. A little bit of chastising, some correcting, some arguing, I'm all in favor of that. But labeling people that aren't 100% in the same camp that I'm in, but are 90% with me, I'll take the 90% and I'll try and educate that extra 10.
Yes.
Can I segue into the education thing a little bit?
I pay attention to a lot of stuff, and I don't see that at all. So I don't know where you're seeing a lot of that, or I don't know if you want to go into any kind of details. But I mean, that element has been around. But I think we're never going to be all united. That's unrealistic. We've got extremes like the liberal gun club on one side, and then Trump supporters on the other side, and they're never gonna. That's oil and water. Like, they're never gonna mix. And to wait until they're united, that's, you know what I'm saying? That's not, I don't think that's what you're saying. So
G-Webs, can I put a point in right in the middle of that I think makes sense?
Sure.
So, and I am going back to the story I told earlier, but it points right at this. We had that two competing deals. One said keep constitutional carry. The other one says make you a felon if you sell firearms without going through an FFL, right? We had 85% of the people that voted the law that got us screwed for having to do that also voted for the keep it the same. And it was all because we didn't educate them on what the bills meant. And we have to get together on our messaging, take the red and the blue out of it, and educate them. Because once you close that voting room curtain, ain't nobody looking over your shoulder. Some of these people that in a group of people will denounce gun ownership and the black rifles and all that crap. They own an arsenal of guns and they're voters, right? So however we can come around to taking this political lines out of it and just general education, even for the general public, for the people that don't own guns, they just know they have an uncle that has a gun, or their buddy has a gun, and they don't really care. If we can get a concise and non-aggressive message to them, we win the race. I mean, 15% was nothing in that election. Hell, if half or 10% of the Republicans registered to vote went and voted, we'd have won it. But that's a whole nother story. But we need to totally depoliticize the camps in our community for advancing the message about gun ownership is not evil. It is not a problem. That's what I wanted to get out. Thank you.
I like the idea of what are we going to do as a direction or whatever, because as far as, well, I don't like the idea of getting behind constitutional carry and being like, there's a thing and it's positive, we're done. Now let's go worry about what grip angles we're going to buy on the next model of Wonder 9 or whatever. So I'd rather see people working on many fronts and getting used to being, working instead of just reacting. And that's where I thought you were going, Jeff. So as far as other objectives for 2022, as far as Second Amendment advocates and people that want to do something with their time and effort and their resources, what about the responses from those comment periods? We're expecting to see the ATFs, like whatever, however they're going to react to the definition of receivers, and then the pistol braces, and both of those could have consequences to how we deal with, you know, either AR pistols or whatever the other stuff is going to end up being, 80%ers and that kind of thing. And are we going to wait and react, or is any kind of national level leadership going to come up and give us some options so that we can prepare and get ready? Is having a resistance something that would help the ATF determine which way they're going to go? Or are they looking at this as rolling up their sleeves and getting ready to pummel some jello again because they don't know how we're going to react? I think, is that an effort that's even worth putting stuff into? Or am I missing something else on the radar? But I'm ready to see Second Amendment advocacy be something that people are proactive about and come together with ideas. Same way the 3D printers, they don't sit around waiting for someone to tell them what to print. They got their printers and they start printing, and then they start making 3D makers matches and doing stuff, right? I want to see Second Amendment advocacy call some shots and collaborate or challenge each other on how we accomplish some goals and some tasks. And is that one of worth doing? I'll shut up.
So that's where I was going to say I'd like to see us driving towards what, before you even mentioned the comment period, G, was that's what I was going to bring up, is with the pistol brace comment period. You know, they came up with this ridiculous score sheet, which it sounds like their full intent is going to be to go through with that in August. And with that score sheet, they say, if we feel like you're still trying to circumvent the NFA or GCA, we can still deem this firearm a short-barreled rifle or short-barreled shotgun. So right there, we have a mission from the ATF that really these are just workarounds with these braces. And if it's, you know, a pistol with a brace, it really is just an SBR or SBS. And I really think the ATF has stepped in it and they don't realize it. And that's something that we should be harnessing in on and going after full stead, saying, you know what, these things are on the NFA. They require a $200 tax stamp. There's millions of them on the market now, and the ATF is saying, yeah, these are indeed just a workaround. They are really SBRs or SBSs. So we've got millions of them on the streets, but there's nothing being done with them, and get those knocked off the NFA. And if we can do that, I mean, think about how that could just make the rest of it crumble.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that we need to target that. It's one of the stupider laws that's on the books, the whole short-barreled rifle, short-barreled shotgun, especially with the, I hate to use the term, loopholes that the ATF has allowed to you know, promulgate in the last you know, couple of decades. It's silly, it's nonsense. And if most people understood what it really amounts to, and the example I love to use is the mayor's leg, the old Steve McQueen's little short-barreled Model 92, that he was actually arrested in New York when he was doing Wanted Dead or Alive because he showed up with that little rifle, and they brought him up on federal charges. It cost the studio about $10,000 to get the paperwork done on it retroactively as a short-barreled rifle. But of course, you can buy one from, who is it, Rossi or Cimarron or somebody, that looks exactly like it, but on the piece of paper when they made the thing, they referenced it as a pistol instead of as a rifle, and so it's completely legal. And when people see things like that, it hopefully makes a light bulb go off in their heads. But my big push, and it's been a push for several years, and I can't get any traction with it, or haven't been able to get any traction with it so far, is that you've got people that are really concerned about the short-barreled rifle issue. You've got people who are really concerned about suppressors and want to see silencers deregulated. You've got people who are really concerned about constitutional carry, and they focus there. You've got people who are really focused on the sanctuary movement. You've got people who are really focused on national reciprocity. Again, arguments there. All of these different things, if you look historically at the gun rights movement, the moment that the gun rights movement was at its peak, the moment that we were the strongest, the moment that we were accomplishing the most, was during the period that we were pursuing the Firearms Owners Protection Act. And my belief is that the reason for that is that FOPA had enough of interest to enough different people to attract a big army to it, some people favoring different components within the framework. And it, as we marched, I compare it to Sherman marching to the sea. As we marched, we would go off and do skirmishes left and right as they popped up, but we were moving towards a common goal. The goal was multiplicity. There were multiple goals in that goal, but we were able to build an army to do that. We don't have to all agree on every detail, but as long as there's something in it that we do that each of us agrees with, we can hopefully get people behind it. And that's what I think is the direction that we can go and should go is, yes, you do individual bills for each of the things that you want, but you package it all up in an omnibus bill that this is our flagship. This is what we're really shooting for, and march that forward and let people rally around that and build that gun voter base back up, build that unanimous consent
right?
back
Like,
up.
we got all these new gun owners, and they're already voters because everyone's a voter nowadays. So these are new people who grew up with smartphones and Amazon, and they're aware, and they became gun owners intentionally, not because they got them from their grandpa.
Mm-hmm. Right, it's a choice. So,
Right.
you know, and
So can I
reaching.
take a second? When you're talking about the Firearms Owners Protection Act, this is 1968. So before, I'm sure everybody's time, so it's before my time. So
1986.
Oh, sorry, 1986. I'm thinking 1968. Okay, so 1986, we were talking the Firearms Owners Protection Act, and everybody only thinks about the Hughes Amendment, which is horrible, and it stopped the
Right.
transferable machine guns. But what we're actually talking about is since 1968 until 1986, that time frame. If you bought ammunition at a gun shop, you had to write your name and address on a piece of paper that the next person saw your name and address on that piece of paper, and the next person saw your name and address on that piece of paper. So if you're a woman trying to buy a box of ammo, your name and address is on a piece of paper at a gun shop that the next person is going to see it, and the next person. And that is the kind of tyranny we lived in because of the 1968. And that's just one piece. But that kind of tyranny, that infringement, was enough to just make people want to spit, right? And so that's the kind of stuff that we lived with in the 1968, the 1986 Gun Owners Protection Act removed some of that. It did some stuff where it stopped the ATF from being able to harass FFL, so that gun shops weren't stressed out and freaked out and had to basically be bureaucracy, able to work with a bureaucracy in order to exist, right? They had to, the gun shops had to be jerks back in the day because the bureaucracy was so horrible that you had to be able to withstand that. So you had to come from like the military or something where you were going to stand up to that grind, right? So when you remove the ATF's ability to do that, there was some incentive, like you're saying, right? There was a bunch of stuff that the Firearms Owners Protection Act did. That's why it's called that. So we have similar tyrannies now. It's just that we're either so used to the burden or we're not under it ourselves, our neighbors are, that we're not paying attention to it. But we've got, I think, a similar infringement and tyranny that we that we are rallying against, right? We've got that. And I think what you're also saying in that time frame, it was a bunch of different interests came together and gathered their bills that were different but similar into one omnibus bill, and then that could be pushed by everybody. Everybody had something to grab onto and push. Obviously, we wouldn't allow a Hughes Amendment, and one of the big elements might be to remove the Hughes Amendment, right, in something going forward. But is that a good summary so that people know what we're talking about?
Pretty much. The big thing that's missing is that the Firearms Owners Protection Act, it was originally, Dad called it the Gun Decontrol Act. And in 1977, when we turned over NRA, when NRA was trying to get out of the gun lobby business, and we, the members, went in and said, no, we're going to get you deeper into the gun lobby business. Quit hiding from it, go out and embrace it. And so we changed things at NRA in 77. In 78, they hired Dad to run ILA. And when Dad went to Washington, he went with the Gun Decontrol Act scribbled down on a yellow notepad, and that was his agenda going in. So from 1978 to 1986, the gun rights movement was pretty solidly unified behind what became the Firearms Owners Protection Act. And even though those who know the history know that after 1982, between 1982 and 1986, there was a whole lot of turmoil within our community and leaders fighting amongst themselves. Still, the focus of the average guy on the street was passing the Firearms Owners Protection Act, and we kept pushing it, and finally in 86 they watered it down a little bit more, and they got the vote, they pushed it out onto the floor, and eventually it passed, but unfortunately with the stinking Hughes Amendment attached to it. And that's what we got. But our laws were almost as bad as California's. Our federal laws were almost as bad as most of California's laws are today back then. And so there's been a sea change. You couldn't buy ammo or even components through the mail in 1978. You had to fill out the register at the gun store to buy 22 ammo, any ammo. You had to fill out their book. There just was a ton of things, and actually a lot of those things.
Right? You couldn't travel.
No, traveling. If you were going from Maine to Virginia, you were screwed. I mean, there was like, you just, if there was no protection for going through a restricted zone. And actually, New Jersey, a judge in New Jersey ruled that an NRA sticker on the window of a car was probable cause for a state trooper to pull the car over and search it for firearms. That's how terrible everything was at that time. No protections for travel, none of that stuff. And so the Firearms Owners Protection Act did a lot of good, and we got the Hughes Amendment. And just like the Hughes Amendment was whittling away at this border area, so too is the stuff about bump stocks, the pistol braces, the auto reset triggers. There's only a narrow segment of the gun rights or the gun owner population that really cares about these things. And so we can slice them off. And if we, the mass of the gun rights movement, don't stand up and say no for all of that. We passed at a gun rights policy conference many years ago. We called it the farmer policy or protocol. It was just that any gun is every gun, that we, the rights movement, pledge to stand behind and stop anything that is encroaching on any part of our rights, even if it's not our part. And I think that's critical that we all get there, but it's really hard to do. So my idea and my push, I'd like to see an omnibus that can bring us all together under one flag, that we want to push this bill. And in the end, maybe it'll get watered down. Maybe we'll lose some of the parts and pieces of that bill when it really comes to a vote. But if we get a lot of it, or even some of it, it's a win. And we come back next year with the rest and keep marching.
And having learned how to fight and having some experience. And I think there's something to be said for that. It's a bunch of, I mean, for years now, I can't tell you how many times I've heard a bunch of blowhards say about how we should be and how back in my day we woulda. And, you know, I'm saying, like, we need opportunities to put your money where your mouth is and work together instead of just, we should be working together. So I think there'd be no matter how successful it is, there's that residual or extra benefit.
So real quick, if I can jump in, I'm about to drop out of here, but I'll be listening. So I'd like to open up, like, if any of you guys have any ideas, like brainstorming on, this is going to be my focus for 22, is how do we stop the ATF from doing all of the redefinition stuff? I mean, you know, pick your poison of which one they've done recently, but I personally don't know how to fight that. And so I'm open to any suggestions. And you guys take it easy. I'm going to drop out.
That goes to a bigger problem. The general public has ceded to allow the government to let the alphabet soup agencies create law, which they were never to create law. And I don't know that we can get the gun community on board to try and fix that. But, you know, you see it from ATF, but you also see it from the storm. What is the one for environmental and EPA? The EPA is writing its own laws, making people criminals without even the stuff being run through Congress. And
EPA, OSHA, Department of Energy, Department of Education.
They've all become able to all of a sudden create their own law on their own without oversight from Congress. And that's a whole standalone issue, and a very valid one for sure. But that's another fight to take on for sure.
Well, no, but I think that's one of the things that I see firearms being so integral and so have such potential, because that is a danger of the way the checks and balances are being used or being checked and balanced right now. But if we see an infringement so obvious, and the NFA, and I mean, start thinking about all the stuff just from SHOT Show this year that's AOW versus some destructive device stuff, I guess. And then, of course, short barrel rifles and shotguns, and then suppressors, which are really just hearing protection or American disabilities and all that. So we have so many angles to take out the NFA. And then one of those angles or one of those tools to take it down is the idea that, I forget what it's called, when the Congress lets the executive branch make laws by action or whatever that's called.
They've abdicated their power.
Right. So if we go after them and hold them to task for the gun arena or element or realm of society, that leads the way for the other areas of society to either get their stuff together, follow our recipe, or for the bureaucracy to go, uh-oh, people are figuring it out, and they are figuring out ways to resist this and to stop it. So we got to, basically see new politicians come in, new representatives that aren't there to have to establish the status quo, but instead come in and fix things. And that's what'll happen. As soon as there's a taste for a change, we're going to see them change their marketing and change, because they're greedy and they want their jobs, or the next version of them will want their jobs, and they're going to want to do what we want them to do. So I think there's a lot of gain to be made by being the ones that lead the way.
Is there a version of this where we co-op non-gun related things that have had agencies create laws that don't belong, and the general public may not be happy about, where we could package it all up together to point out the problem.
Well, it's
And
all
the
on
people that are outside of our problem helping with our problem.
this all interstate commerce. Is that too big a thing to say, hey, let's just attack the interstate commerce and then that kills the NFA?
Wouldn't that be fun?
I'm open to discuss it.
From my perspective, I look at it that you it's an opportunity for us to gain allies. The administrative state is a huge problem. The abdication of congressional authority to the administrative state is a massive problem. It's a specific problem within our community, most particularly regarding the ATF, but also several other agencies, including the DEA and Customs and a couple of others. But I think by us focusing in on the abuses of the ATF in particular and our cause, we can bring in the other organizations that are looking at the bigger picture administrative state issue and have them back us and help us. And what that really amounts to is they're loaning us part of their army in hopes of them getting part of our army to help them with what they do. And that's the way the world goes round. I can't see Congress ever fixing it because Congress created the problem, and it's a way for them to hide from responsibility and accountability for what they do by just not doing it. Just let the administrative state do it. But I think that the courts can potentially fix it, and we might be able to at least start chipping away at it with Congress, running at specific targets and creating precedents with those specific targets like the ATF.
So you brought up a really valid point that Congress isn't going to fix itself. So not that we're going to fix this all in this conversation, but I don't know who follows the Convention of States project. It's sort of driven by Mark Levin, love him or hate him, however you want to be with it. But it's basically about fixing the parts of the Constitution that Congress has usurped or whatever. And if we could get enough people in different categories besides ours to get behind something like that, we actually have a chance to possibly fix it. It's something to explore. If you're not familiar with it, I'd take a look into it.
My only real concern about that is when you do a con like that, it's all up for grabs. You could just as easily lose the entire second and a bunch of others if you do that. And that's the problem.
You need to go educate yourself about how the Convention of States work. There's no runaway conventions. It's just like scaring people about when open carry happens, it's going to be a shootout, right?
No,
The Convention of States, just would you listen for just a second, please? The Convention of States, everything that they're going to vote on will have already been put on a thing before they ever come together and do a vote. There isn't going to be, oh, all of a sudden we got this some surprise thing and then we vote on it. It has to all be prearranged and then it happens. So there is no, we're going to lose the Second Amendment because there's no will for the people to take the Second Amendment away. Sorry, I just needed to have that out there.
I didn't say that's how it would go down, though. I'm saying is when you open up the Constitution like that, you can lose it all. I didn't say anything about a runaway convention.
It's already open. It's part of constitutional law as it stands.
Here's my issue on that is we have a constitution. The Constitution forbids a lot of what they've been doing and what they are doing, and it's not being properly enforced. If we enforce the Constitution, we wouldn't have to go back and rewrite the Constitution. The Constitution that we have is what it needs to be. We just need to enforce it, and there lies the trick. I don't see it's kind of like
I highly recommend you read the Liberty Amendments, because it's not about changing the original Constitution. It's about turning back all the amendments that they've used to corrupt the Constitution.
Well, and the amendments, yeah, you've got there are several of them that are no doubt problematic, But I worry a bit about the whole constitutional conference, convention of states, and all of that. And I'm not an expert on it. I've not dug deeply into it. I've talked with a number of people about it over the years, and I've never been convinced. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, Jeff, you're right though, and I think this is the big problem. Is and wasn't it George Bush said, Constitution is just a big, piece of paper, and he's not wrong. And the problem is, we're trying to say we'll write a new piece of paper to make the people that enforce the original piece of paper enforce the new piece of paper, which is really absurd on its face. The fact is, we have a culture that doesn't care about the Constitution, and we certainly have an institution. You have to eliminate the entire government and start over, and then hope that it doesn't get corrupted a second time. The problem is we have a culture problem in our country. That's the problem. It's our culture. If the culture was pro-liberty, it wouldn't matter what the Constitution said at all.
Yeah, but there's also the part, like, I'm going to make an example. The 17th Amendment. The 17th Amendment took it away from when the state Congress chose a representative in the Senate to represent the states at the federal level, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That was one of the biggest bonehead moves that we ever did, right? Because now you got politicians that run by popular vote. They have no tie to the local area legislature for what they're doing for the state. They sit there, they collect money, they sign what they want, they don't do what they want. And that's one of the biggest problems with our current system, because we got one branch that's broken because of one amendment, right? So you take that and a couple other key ones out, and things start turning around, and the people's voice makes it back into the federal government again. So as much as I'm with you, yeah, it'd be nice to start over again. Unless we have a revolution, that's not happening, right? So we have to work within the bounds of what we have.
So if the people that were running for, federal Congress after the 17th Amendment was enacted, and if they were pro-liberty, you wouldn't have a problem. But they're not.
But the money wins over pro-liberty. That's the problem.
The problem is we, as a country, we have a fucked up culture.
Look at it backwards. I mean, I'm going to get in the weeds a little bit, but sure. Why are those senators getting elected over and over again? You got Nancy Pelosi. I think we can all agree that we'll be glad when she's on the other side of the ground, right?
She's put in such an honest day's work so often that her constituents are just like, dang, we got to.
Yeah. But the only reason she exists is not because of her people. She's got so many lobbies that pay for her campaign that nobody could beat her, even if they had everybody in the people's wills.
Well, you're describing what Rob just described, though, is a cultural situation. So I'm not going to call it a problem as much as
it's money versus culture, though, because money's paying for her to be in office, not the culture. So the culture doesn't have a vote.
Because that money turns into advertising, which influences voters. So if voters had the right culture, whatever the advertiser said wouldn't matter. But what happens is advertising works because people don't have a strong will or culture, and they'll vote for whatever they're told. And so that's the problem. So we have a culture problem in this country.
Well, you keep saying problem. Let me say, I'm going to say culture issue, because cultures come and go, and trends and fads, and we're going to see different things. And it's not like it's over. It's just in a lame position right now. But it's been much different in my lifetime, and back and forth a few times. It's fluctuated. So what I was going to suggest is what we're looking at is a bunch of politicians that are as old as Nancy Pelosi, and they're only going to last for so long. And then a new realm of politicians are going to come in, and they're going to be elected by a bunch of constituents who are different than the people that voted in those legacies. And that's an opportunity for a new bunch of people setting in the system that has lasted through lots and lots and lots of waves and trends and fads. So when you get people that are frustrated, you get a reaction in the people that they hire and the people that they choose to represent them and the people that stand up to be in those positions. And then when they get in there, they find the bureaucrats and hopefully run them out of there. And then we see some overhaul. We see some change. I don't think the system is ending. It's just that it's in a bad place, and it'll take people being fed up before they make change. But I think we got big change coming quickly because, again, these people are old. The people that elected them are no longer going to be voting in any numbers anymore. And the people that are continuing to vote or starting to pick up the swell of voting are people that are appreciate their vote. Hopefully, I have a lot of confidence in the new population of voters, and they're going to have all kinds of interesting stuff in their
the fact is, and this is where I think I laugh when it comes to all the COVID stuff, where all the conservatives are defending public education. The fact is, public education is the number one determinant at this point of how people vote and their political ideologies. The fact is law, and we have generations of people now that have been continuously moved. And someone said something about the overtime window, and I agree with that. And even when I was a kid, they were kind of moving toward that left perspective. And it's only gotten worse over the last, let's just say millennials and Zoomers. And when these people start voting, they've already know that these people are way farther left than at any time in American history. That's a culture change. And it's a culture change directly influenced by socialist communist schools run by the government and the media. And the only way you're going to change it is get your kids out of those government schools. If here's the thing, I think it's just really
I
funny.
don't know about that.
If you let the let the government educate your kids, they say there's a saying is, if you send your kids to Caesar to be educated, don't be surprised when they come back Roman. And if you want real change, you got to end public schools, or at least give schools choice and give us a chance to get kids out of the government, education process, because that is it absolutely is affecting their belief structures and their ideological tendencies when it comes to politics. And they will vote, and they're going to vote hard left. And it's going to get really bad in about another decade because of that. And that's culture. The culture's been changed.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of, I'm going to jump in here. I'm being rude. I'm sorry. I don't think it's a matter of public education system or anything. I don't really think that becomes a greater issue until, honestly, these students are going on to secondary education, mainly college. With where I am, plenty of public schools, some private schools, but most everybody I know went to public school and continue to send their children there. And it's a very conservative area. It's what a lot of it boils down to is, one, people need to raise their children and not allow other people to do it for them. They need to stop throwing a TV on and thinking that they can still go do what they want and the TV is going to be the babysitter. They need to instill their values and their beliefs in their children and be the parent and raise their children. If there's something going on at school, they need to be involved and nip it in the bud when they see that happening. But like I said, in the areas I'm in, being more rural and conservative, I'm not seeing this liberal push. Now, like I said, when they go on to college and things like that, that's more open area. But at that point, is that government run? I think so, because it's college, you're paying tens of thousands of dollars to go to that, and that's where you see a lot of these professors and things like that pushing more of those ideas.
No, yeah, I'm sorry, but you're mistaken. Even in your rural community, your public school system is under the thumb of the federal government and is being controlled. Your curriculum, your school board, maybe if you've got a good, strong local school board, but they can keep it out to a degree. But I remember growing up, I would have daily arguments with my civics teacher in high school. He insisted that he was a flat out socialist. He wouldn't say it, but he was. And we had the school down the road, Chino Valley, little podunk town in Arizona, a little farm community, and they had a dress code, and they required their students to cut, the boys to have a haircut, They required that people be clean and appropriately dressed for school. And the federal government came in and said, either you stop all of this stuff, or we're going to take away all of your federal funding. And the principal or superintendent of that area said, well, okay, we don't get federal funding, so piss off. But when I came back 3 years later, maybe 4 years later, new people had taken over the Chino Valley School. They were now getting all sorts of federal subsidies and getting new computers for their kids, for their classrooms. And they no longer had their dress code. They no longer had the support for things like 4-H and future farmers. They shifted the whole paradigm, and it's happening in every school in every county across the country. But we're getting a little bit off topic, so and I'm going to need to bail out. G, it's always a pleasure to join in on this kind of stuff. I'll encourage everybody to please look at how you can team up with someone else. Pick a topic instead of looking at a rights group or looking at an individual rights advocate and saying, I disagree with him. Find somebody who you do agree with, but you're not on the same page, and see how you can work together with them, how you can join forces with them and try and tie our loose-knit community a little bit tighter and get us moving forward. Rob, I'm going to want to talk to you about Tusk sometime in the near future. G-Webs, appreciate you doing this. Every second matters, and we'll talk with you again soon.
All right, so then there is 4. G, if you're talking, you are muted, sir. And if G's not talking, then looks like we lost Luke on Bad Marine. Jeff Knox just peeled out of here, so thank you to him. And Rob, so I didn't mean to cut you off there. I just wanted to interject what I experienced in my area, so I do apologize if I was rude at all.
Oh no, and I think and I lived in a very rural area as well, and it was interesting. And I'm talking a town of 1,200 people in rural Wyoming. So I've lived in very small towns, and even in that town, though people were mostly quote unquote conservative Republicans, they were all extraordinarily liberal when it came to government, because the government is one of the largest employers in the state of Wyoming. So when you actually talk about small government, they say, yeah, we believe in small government. Like, oh, that means we can eliminate these 40 jobs that are all sucking off the government taxpayer dime and aren't solving any problems. And then they scream like you've yanked their teeth out. And so just because someone says they're conservative doesn't mean it. So, and so I like to point that out. But I have spent some time researching these topics, and I've thought about this a lot. And I've gotten literally cynical. I think the United States is broken, and I think it is cultural, and it's a long time been broken, and I'm not sure we can vote our way out of that. And I think it's a cultural problem. And the question is, are we gonna just die out under, like a whimper, under our own weight of our debt and corruption, or is it gonna go out with a bang? And I don't know which way it's gonna go. And so I am concerned about that for my own kids, though.
So on the cultural thing, because I like how G put it before, that's not a cultural problem, but what's that, G?
I was just going to say real quick that I'm super optimistic. We got all kinds of booms coming, booms in space, booms in food, booms in tech, and new opportunities and challenges. We're still a player in the big field, and firearms have a good role in that. I don't see the system as damaged. I just see it as in a weird place, and we're in pendulum swings or cycles, and
the boomers are retiring and dying, and the pendulum's going to shift. It's just a matter of how far.
Yeah, there'll be good times again, and then you just got to be careful not to not appreciate the good times and double down for the good stuff or whatever. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to say,
No, you're fine.
Go ahead.
So going on that whole cultural issue
what
or
happened?
cultural problem, do you guys think that we're possibly on the precipice of a new culture shift, having been through what we have in the last 2 years with COVID? And I mean, look at the surge in firearms ownership. Now, if you want to believe the numbers that were touted of 9 million new gun owners, which I would say, if we are lucky, is a third of that, just given statistics when you start looking at how certain organizations want to break them down and whatnot. But even if we got a third of that's still 3 million gun owners that are new, and that's what
I don't look at gun owners.
of what the tout for membership. That's a lot. So is it possible that we are on a cultural shift here, where we don't even have to worry about voting so much as where people are just they're gonna run? And yeah, I'm talking in circles, so I apologize.
The politicians will be different, right? Like, if we won't have to look for a new politician, different people will want to be politicians.
So you got to look at what happened with Trump getting elected. Trump was not the Republicans' choice for president, right? He come up and jumped over it. If there's enough will in the people to elect a president that isn't sponsored by the prime party that elected him, there's some will out there to do some changes or whatever. They just have to have the right alignment and the right direction and the right education or whatever. And in the end, because there's a lot of uneducated voters, we're basically looking at learning how to make them educated voters, or doing our part to see that whatever little bit of our world they see educates them in a positive fashion.
But I think we have to see new, just because, again, I look at the populations of people. The baby boomers are becoming less. We're not, whatever our generation is in between, we're not big enough. We're just a small number because there's fewer of us. We're fractioned. And then this new generation, whatever they are called, that is like 20 right now. Like that generation is taking the baton from the baby boomers, and they are different, and they'll have all the influence pretty soon. So it has to be a shift. Whether or not they're competent and you have confidence in them, I guess that's a big question, right? But I think guns is something that they've championed. They're not as scared of it. I think they've taken ownership of it, and if they haven't, at least they calm their jets. They don't seem to be as freaked out by each other if they own guns. Right, and as much as I hate to say it, all these gun-based games aren't hurting how they feel about guns, because they're almost desensitized to what guns are, because it's just a part of their little games or whatever, and they actually want to have one. Like my son's best friend, once he got 21, he started buying all these guns that he saw that he got to play with in the games, at least the ones that were available to him in his finances or whatever. And his parents aren't gun people. Definitely fell more on the more anti-gun side of the world, if it were, or whatever. But he's a gun owner and learning gun stuff from people like me and other people in the community that are embracing him as he grows or whatever. So there is hope. There is definitely change, and there is a lot of this. A lot of what they're seeing in the media is affecting how they feel about guns, and to a sense, the games and the violent movies, as much as some people say the violence is bad or whatever, not everybody sees it that way. And some of these kids see cool guns that they might be able to own or whatever, and that's working in our favor. So Idaho is saying I doubt 9 million new gun owners, maybe 1 million people bought 9 new guns.
Yeah, that doesn't really line up with the economics of what the average American has per disposable income for firearms, but you might be able to meet somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
But it depends on where you get those numbers. I've never agreed with them. When you got states that require universal background checks, then that's 4473s that are happening, and it has nothing to do with a new gun. That's just grandpa gives 3 granddaughters, and that's 3 4473s, and nothing happened except that grandpa gave granddaughters guns, right? So
Yep.
they're going to count that as 3 new gun owners. I guess technically, maybe in some way, but then there's some NSSF numbers that go based off of sales. But then again, when it's like inflation, dire, like news or political issues, that's like when people decide to buy guns as investments. So I don't see gun sales as new gun owners either. That's just somebody, whatever. And like I keep saying, the generations are changing. So as people get inheritances or people get life insurance policies or something, and they decide to invest, they're going to buy steel and brass and lead, right? We know that.
So I know they tout the 9 million off of the 4473s, like you were just saying. There was 9 million more done in 2020 than any other year prior, and that's where they say, so we got 9 million new gun owners. Which, I mean, I understand why they say it that way, but when people start to really think about it, it's not possible. And the funny thing is, you'd hear the GOA say 9 million new gun owners this year, but then it was the GOA that said during GRPC that same year that new gun owners are going out and they're buying a handgun for self-defense, and then they're like, I need something for at home, so they go out and buy another gun, and they get a home defense shotgun, and then they go and they're like, I want a gun to defend against tyranny, and they're going out and buying an AR-15. So that means you just took 9 million new gun owners, as you tout it, and said that they bought 3 guns on 3 separate occasions, which means at least 3 4473s for those 3 people, which instantly takes it down to 3 million people. And I'm just like, are they not paying attention to the numbers that they're actually touting then?
It doesn't fit their narrative.
Oh, I realize that, but if you go off that theory, then there's at best 3 million. Then if you cut that in half, 1.5 million if we're lucky.
Yeah, and if you want to go on a real dive or whatever, look at how the firearm sales increase in a change of party, presidential change. It generally swings higher when a Democrat's coming into office, but even when certain Republicans come into office, there's a swing from people that might be on the other side of the fence. Just the apprehension of what the unknown. I don't know how you call those people, but people that buy guns politically scared. We'll call them that.
Well, to be host, I want to make note that, we're having a little bit of political stuff, but that 2A has to be political, obviously. But I think that we could go around forever the same way I cut it off when we were talking about the specifics of the investment side of crypto or whatever.
Yep.
Right, like this, when we get into politics, that could be whole other discussions for people that really want to dig into that side as far as third parties and all that. So I want to cut anybody off if they had something that way. But first, I guess we're about to be at 2 hours, so I appreciate everybody who's joined us. You're under no obligation to stick around, but I'll keep going. We've got people watching, and this is all about just to have conversations so that things can spark and come up, or and usually it's pretty good and productive. I have a couple of comments starred over here, but I figured just go through, say thanks again to Rob for jumping in from Tusk, the Universal Settlement Coin. Got Guns and Barbecue, who does shows on YouTube. Luke, who has L3D, 3D printing guru. And Echo hasn't been saying so much, but he's got a lot going on his end down in Florida, hosts a lot of live conversations. We've had Jeff from, Firearms Policy? No, Firearms Coalition, which was around before Firearms Policy Coalition. And he and his brother wrote a book of his dad's articles, and Jeff will be at the 2A rally here in Arizona coming up on February 19th. We also had, who else was in here? Smeggy was in here, and somebody else in here?
I think Smeggy was the other.
And Smeggy from California is still out there as well. So anyway, just introduced everybody again, and palate cleanser. We had something about the Overton window. If anybody had any thoughts on that one. I personally think that's an interesting one, and it's something that, well, I think first it's achievable. I've seen stuff change the Overton window just in my awareness of what's going on. As far as being able to get everybody on board to try to do it, I mean, that would be tough. But anyway, that one's an interesting topic. Otherwise, I'll shut up. If anybody else has any other topics, I don't need to.
I wish Smeggy was still in here, because I wanted to ask him way back when we started, when he was talking about, how he just will drum up a conversation at work, and next thing you know, the guys are crawling out of the woodworks like, oh yeah, I own guns too, this is awesome. I wanted to ask him, has he ever asked those people, why don't you be more open about it? What, so anybody on here has ever gotten to ask anybody that question? I would love to know what some of those answers are.
I don't know. I have plenty of people that approach me within my extended friends group to talk about guns that wouldn't talk with any of their other friends about guns. But I think that's a sort of an introvert, extrovert type personality trait, not as much the desire to forward the gun cause. And I'm willing to bet that we could teach some people to maybe learn how to have those conversations better. But there's a lot of your own character that goes into your willingness to have those conversations, to have the confrontations that can come from that, or having to defend your own views, or some people are even afraid of being seen differently by their friends, by becoming the gun guy instead of just being whatever they are currently in their social circle, right? So there's a lot to unpack with that.
So it's in my world, because I'm in the crypto space pretty heavily, as well as the 2A space. And the crypto space originally was started by like ANCAPs and libertarians. And because it's software and gotten so big, a lot of the lefty Silicon Valley stuff has come back to it. In fact, if you look at where most of the exchanges are and a lot of the hubs are, they're in Seattle, San Francisco, and New York. And so I deal a lot with people in this space, because we're one of the, well, I think we're the only project that really is doing gun stuff seriously, but we're also one of the only crypto projects focused on an industry. Like most of them are just, talking about investments and stuff. And it's funny, the conversations I have, and most of the people that seem to be the most anti-gun that I talk to come from places where they are not allowed to have guns, or it's almost impossible to have guns. And they're just, it's just an alien thing to them. And this goes back once again, where I think the United States has broken culture, is that not only were they raised in a place where it's okay for the government to ban stuff, of course they've been scared by the media, but they have literally no context. Like it's hard for me. You know what I'm saying? Is that they have no context.
Their context is bad guys have guns and cops have guns, and that's all they know. They don't know normal people having guns. Yeah.
But I guess that's what I mean. Okay, is like they don't ever come in contact with people that are normal people that shoot. And I try to explain that they really believe the caricatures of Bubba with the gun and the gun rack and yahoos, and they see the people that go to these rallies looking up in Portland and stuff and doing, I don't know. They take a certain caricature presented to them by the news, and that's their idea of every gun person, which we know that's not correct. In fact, most gun people I know are very well off financially, are have very large amounts of money invested in guns and are pretty sane, rational, reasonable, salty of the earth kind of people, but they don't know that. And so I think that's part of the problem is that, and a lot of this goes back to schools, it goes back to what's happening in these liberal states, is that they're just through attrition and changing the culture is how we're losing these rights just because of that. And it's just a long game. It's a long game that's happening here. But most of these people just, they don't see a need. It's not part of their history. It's not part of their culture. You go, someone who's born and raised in Queens, right? I mean, where BB guns are considered guns, real guns, like guns aren't a thing. So it's like,
well, they are a thing, but they're unobtainium to them.
Correct. But
those people only care about guns once they've been attacked by somebody who's a criminal with the gun. And then they decide, oh, maybe it's important that I have a right to have that gun. But unfortunately, the ratio of people that get attacked to the ratio of people that don't care is imbalanced.
And most of the people that get attacked and the ones that are most subject to violent crime are, minorities in the inner city. And they don't have any power, typically even less so than the average upscale white liberal that's voting against this stuff. Yeah. And so it's really funny. So I'll be on Clubhouse, and I really like the Clubhouse app. And I will be in a Clubhouse room that's more focused on technology, and people start. Of course, there's always radical Canadians or liberals from New York and stuff that just start going off on the ad hominems because of the typical "you want babies dead" kind of concept. And then I'll say no, and I'll point out facts that the people that, and I say this is that people that have never had to worry about their personal safety are probably about the most privileged people that I know. I grew up in a rough area outside Detroit. And it's funny because in the back channel, people are messaging me like minorities are messaging me like, yeah, you're right. It is dangerous in these inner cities and we do need protection. And it's just kind of interesting, the dichotomy.
Why can't we leverage the fact that at any given point during the conflict in Afghanistan, more people were getting killed in Chicago by gun violence by criminals than what happened over there, and it had everything to do with the fact that they had a preclusion on concealed carry or personal carry of firearms. Now that they've added it, I'd like to go see the numbers, but I got to assume that it's slowly going to trend down as more and more citizens become armed and more criminals figure out that it's less safe to aggress their victims when their victims can shoot back, right? It's going to take time. But that happened, and that was a huge win for, at least for those people there, right? It didn't really affect me much, but I was all for it. If I thought it would improve their program, I'd support an agency that furthers getting guns into the hand of people there that can't afford them. You know what I mean?
So PNW Woods had a really good point. He says, basically, I don't think people in the city are anti-gun as much as gun indifferent. It's just not a big deal to them, and I think that's a true statement. But guys, I'm turning into a pumpkin here. I want to say thanks to everybody for being on the show. It's a good conversation. Hope I can be a part of it in the future. And G-Web just hit me up after the show. But I got a jet. If anybody's interested in learning about what we're doing, just check us out at tusc.network, tusc.network. And you have a good night, guys.
Yeah, thanks for jumping. You're going to be on with Clover when?
I'm on all the time. I got some things. I got another thing. I got another stream I got to jump on. So I'll see you guys later.
All right. Thanks for jumping in.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, I'll throw a link out there. He's going to be on Clover's chat here in next week or something.
Yeah. I feel bad for coming in a little hot on him on the amendment stuff or whatever, but if you really don't understand the dynamics of it, there's a lot of stuff that could be affected, and there's already a group of people working on it that we could get behind that might help us long term or whatever. And so I tend to be a little bit more animated about it. Totally not gun driven, but well, in the end, some of the stuff they do can help us immensely in getting things straightened out. From my point of view.
Yep, he'll be on over tomorrow at noon.
All right.
Nice.
Cool. And I am interested in his currency or whatever. I'll have to look into that. I didn't engage him on talking about it earlier because it was just going to prolong the that conversation.
Yeah, I just look at it like PayPal. You know, when no one
Yeah.
knew what PayPal was before it existed, and now we don't even think about it. It's just the next step is coming, and
Mhm.
it's probably going to be crypto. And this is the way that we can play with one that we don't
Yep.
have to become like millionaires or worry about all that. Just a way we can buy and sell things with it. It's going to be pretty cool.
We can turn it into a tool that we can use to support the gun community. I'm all for it.
Yep.
And I honestly, I think he's right. And you have to look at, it's not an investment thing. It's a way of moving
Can't-
funds
yeah, it's not-
independent of the government currency. And we can do that the way we want. It's a barter system, basically. But yeah. So just to wrap some of what is my natural thing going on in the background with 3D printing a little bit. Have you been seeing any cool stuff going on either with your work with 3D printers and gun related stuff, or anything that you've seen on videos or other stuff that's of interest lately?
somebody that Echo knows. The quest for the perfect something, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Quest for the perfect load.
That's the dude that has the printers and he makes like the ammo boxes and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he made a pretty neat like thing that wraps around the back of a reloading press and holds like all your wrenches and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
And that's pretty cool, you know, and it like snaps in, fits right around the like shape of it, and then locks in like the screws and stuff. So I found that guy watching Echo's chats, and then chatted with him a little bit through the text. I don't think I was in there, but he's making a bunch of stuff. But I've been making dolls for all the gun channels people from back in the day,
Cool.
just to do something. So I made. Did you see the Mr. Knives doll I made?
I didn't happen to notice it. I apologize.
Yeah, so I just made a little Mr. Knives doll. So that's what I was doing, trying to figure out how to work the Fusion 360 to make blobs into blobs of clay and mold them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then learning about all the different dumb things, mistakes I made, and holding this chocolate bar out too far and it's too thin and all this kind of stuff. Learning how to make a little doll.
You learn how to design to print. It's actually a very good skill to have once you get it mastered.
So I'm just playing around with that still, and then printing. And then I also just bought some ABS for Wield. He was wanting something that I needed to be more durable, so it was about time to start printing ABS.
All
and
right.
that's what killed the bed inadvertently. So I was going to ask you, actually, is there, between the 3 and the 5, is there one that's better to use the ABS with, or that's better with ABS?
So I don't know what happened with that particular board in bed, but I had a Ender 3 standard, so that same board, that same bed, and I ran it with ABS for almost a year in an enclosure where I turned you'd heat up the bed to 105, pre-warm the space, and then I'd start the program, and then to stop the thermal runaway thing or whatever, you'd start the program at like 100 degrees because your bed's already there. And then I'd set it for like 105 again after the first couple layers. Because once it's sort of up there, it doesn't care if it doesn't get past it or stay there. But anyhow, it would act as the heater for the space or whatever. But that printer, it ran up until I sold it. I mean, it didn't break or whatever. I just sold it off because I'm tripping over printers in my house. And but it was still working fine after doing it for a full year that way. So sucks that one board failed, but I wouldn't look at it as a flaw, you know. And I got a new board to send you as soon as I get back to the house. I just got to get home.
Well, I was gonna. Now you're talking the circuit board. What about the heating bed or whatever? Like my 5 has that magnetic bed with the Teflon thing is magnetic. And that's sweet, but I can't I've tried taking that off and putting it on the 3, but the one on the 3 is a piece of aluminum, so it won't stick to nothing. What do I do to get the 3 to turn?
You need a magnet. You need a magnet sheet, and you can go to TH3D. So there's TH3D Studios, That's my buddy Tim Hooglands. He's the TH of TH3D. You know, he has a website. You can just order the magnetic sheet you need, and then you can use it on both beds.
No, but I'm saying I've tried taking the magnetic sheet off my 5 and putting it on the 3, and it doesn't stick to nothing because the 3 is a piece of aluminum.
They both have aluminum beds with the sheet stuck to it. Well, sorry. The Ender 5, I bonded on a piece of magnet.
Oh,
You
okay.
need to buy the magnet to put on the 3. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so I just need to get a piece of refrigerator magnet to stick onto the bed of the 3.
Right. And I'm recommending you get it from a particular place because
Okay.
the magnet that they have has the highest gauge rate. We're getting all technical now, but it has the strongest pulling power.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll send you a link later or whatever on where it's at or whatever. But it's the same guy that hosts my help guide. It's on his storefront or whatever. You can get it. So you don't need to get the PEI sheet or whatever, but you could get the magnet, or you get the magnet and a PEI sheet. Those are really nice because when it cools off, it basically, you just barely wiggle the aluminum plate or steel plate and it pops right off, you know?
But without getting too much into a hole there, I'll be doing more prints, chats or whatever, because I'm definitely enjoying it. And as I learn the software more, you know, I'm going to be making more and more cool stuff, hopefully.
Cool.
And I've got a lot of ideas to stuff to start printing. I just have to have time to do it. Had a really productive SHOT Show. So just been dealing with that. And then the way I got to SHOT Show is with a bunch of people doing a pre-order. So I'm getting ready to say thanks to all those people.
Cool. Yeah, there's stuff to be found there. And as the reloading community's got tons of people creating tools and widgets and whatnots to improve reloading operations and whatever. And I play a small part in that with one business that actually that's all they do is make 3D printed stuff for reloading equipment. But anyhow.
Oh yeah. Well, this guy that we're talking about, he does a whole bunch of different, like, I wouldn't call him printed man. He has them in stock or whatever, but different things. But it sounds like from hanging out in chats is where he gets his ideas. So he's making stuff, you know, per spec or, you know, when people come up with an idea.
Yeah. And like some people have that sort of designer knack. That's why I get requests every once in a while, because people basically send me dimensions in a picture, or they'll come to me with something they've already got and they're having problems, and I help them sort of reverse engineer out of whatever is causing problems, whether it's the ability to print the part because I know printing well, or just making the part more functional in its own design because I'm a pretty decent designer.
His thing, I remember I said he's got 4 printers. He's got the whatever that's like a 3 but really big that my friend's got.
Ender 3 Max?
No, a big one. The CE something or the
CR10.
The CR10s. He's got like 2 of those and then 2 3s on top of them, I think. So he's got like 4 and like kind of a wall setup, which is kind of neat. But yeah, I could totally see that. Like I say, I've got a couple of ideas that if I can, especially if I can make them out of ABS, because I figure that's a more durable end product.
Yeah, it is.
And if I can have those things printing outside, where I don't have to worry about them, like out on the porch, where I don't have to worry about the off-gassing, then have something like that on Etsy, then I'm definitely going to get with you and get a couple of 3s or something and have a couple going.
Yeah, let me know. I'm a little backlogged on flipping my printers, so I've got, I think, 18 in-box printers sitting in my garage that I haven't even turned yet. So there's a few of them around anyway.
Yeah, if we were closer, I'd be like, dang, I'll give you a hand with that or whatever, but maybe we can help you find somebody there.
Yeah, whomever it was, I forget the guy who you had emailed me about getting a printer. Night Strike? I just haven't heard back from him or whatever.
Do you remember Night Strike?
Not.
Was he around? I'm trying to remember which levels or which eras of gun channels everybody is.
Yeah, I was earlier on, I think, than he was.
I think you're way before him still. He knows who you are. Everybody knows who you are, but
yeah, that's that makes it a little awkward. them knowing me better than I know them, but I'll work my way through it as I sort of ease my way back into the community. I can't read that small print.
Smeggy saying New Mexico HB 9 legislation creates civil fines and misdemeanor penalties for parents or guardians whose minors gain unauthorized access to their firearms. And
Yeah,
the like a safe act or something.
yeah, we got a thing recently or whatever. We're, Oregon and Washington are falling pretty much in lockstep. They're sort of piggybacking back and forth or whatever. But I think that we currently have a thing that basically says, if I don't have my gun in a safe and it gets stolen, I'm like half responsible or whatever for whatever crimes are committed with the gun because it got stolen. And like, how did having something being stolen from you and misappropriated become my lawful responsibility? Because even if I put them in a safe, if the person knows how to get into a safe, then they're going to steal them anyways, right?
Yeah, it's like
But
saying
again,
if your ring gets stolen, that whatever they pawn it and do with the money that they pawned with the ring
Right.
is now your fault also, right? Or like when they steal a
Right.
car, whatever they do with it is
Yeah.
your fault.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they're saying. Yeah, and they got away with it. But whatever. Yeah, I was sort of. It's sad to make light of a tragedy, but that dude that rammed all those people with the car, nobody did any public comparisons of how many people he injured and hurt as compared to a mass shooter, right? I want to have that conversation with the general public because the cars are way more dangerous than the firearms are. Somebody decides they want to go hurt a bunch of people, you know?
Well, at least that I would think is an obligation of one of the national level organizations, because they would have the ability to illustrate that and have it there for us to point, right? Because some of that stuff that's uncomfortable or it just doesn't feel right to have to, like say, capitalize on it, but it needs to be done. It needs to have it for the record or whatever, right? And because it'll be effective sometimes, and it can solve a bunch of problems by just letting people know. Because that's one of the best one of the best strategies, and the way that it's been enunciated recently, like currently or recently, I guess, is the idea that if you want to take guns away, like you want to, you say you want to solve violence or you want to solve bad things from happening and you want to take guns. Okay, let's leave it. Let's put it on the surface, right? We're going to take it for what you're saying, that's what you want, right? And you think that that's the best way. Well, why would they not resort to a knife? Why would they not resort to arson? Why would they not resort to something else? Like if your goal is to stop the problem, then taking away one item is only taking away one item. So that's almost the least effective thing, the least thing you could do. So if let's challenge these people. If they really want to be effective, then bring something to the table that's actually effective and not just a platitude or something that's actually just trying to go after our property. And that's it's worded much differently now, but it's effectively the same thing. Like,
I need to do some research on England. So England basically got rid of all their firearms, right? Same with Australia. I would love to see the numbers of how little effect getting rid of the firearms had on their murder rate. I'm willing to bet that the murder rate didn't change hardly at all. I bet it was a blip on the radar.
That's been done by the Second Amendment Foundation and it's published. So yeah, that information has definitely been compiled, and as you suspect, the violence is still there. It's just reflected and changed. And then their answer was to go after the knives, right? And ice picks and all the weird sharp things.
Yeah, you can't have a butter knife if you live in England anymore. It's just
it made me laugh. I was watching a much larger channel, and there was somebody apparently from England. At least that's what I ascertained from reading their comment, saying, "Oh, you need to be like us in the UK and ban guns. You wouldn't have these problems and blah blah blah." And somebody said, "Except now you lead the world in knife crime," and their response to that was, "Nuh-uh, we banned those too." I'm like, "Oh my, where's the stop?" And I think that's when it slapped me in the face. Is like, there's just this ideology that some people have that whenever somebody does something bad, we'll just take it from them.
So on the international stage, because I deal a lot with the international community with my 3D printing stuff, and you'd be amazed how programmed some of these people in different countries are. That the motto, right? Firearms are evil. You had firearms, the world would come to an end. They believe it because they've been taught it their whole life. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
And it's just sad. I mean, these people get. So you have somebody put up a Nerf gun or one of those airsoft replicas or whatever, and they act like you just killed their firstborn because their eyes had to see an airsoft gun. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. It's pathetic, you know? And unfortunately, in my position with Facebook, and I moderate or admin over 60 Facebook groups, they've gone to war on firearms. If you put up pictures of guns in our groups, they will give you a strike on your Facebook account now. I mean, you can do it on your private wall or whatever, but if you do it in a group, you're getting a strike. And I don't know how many strikes you get till your account's fully pulled, but you can be offline from the community for days or weeks, depending on how it goes. And I guess we can do another gun chat about how some of the different Facebooks and YouTubes and other agencies are having their way at suppressing the people that are in the 2A community. But
Well, here's how I look at it.
it's
I mean,
prevalent.
that's nothing new, right? We've had those
Right.
conversations. That's why we built gun channels. Literally,
Right.
is because of a frustration and an effort to do something different creatively, right?
Yep.
But here's the thing: if there's a mall that everybody likes going to, and there's a lot of stores in that mall, and you go to that mall and you're wearing the same jacket or whatever, you can do that. But if you go to that mall and you're wearing the same jacket and you start spray painting stuff all over the walls, now you're causing a nuisance, and somebody else got to clean that up, and it's not what the mall was there for. So you're going beyond the norm and beyond what's expected or whatever. So,
Yep.
we're doing stuff and we're being obnoxious, making a bunch of noise and yelling and screaming, once in a while for a cause. Okay. People can make a commotion in the mall for a good reason. But if you just went in there every weekend and made a commotion, if you make an excuse to make a commotion, then you're just making nuisance, right? So if a
Yeah.
YouTube giant mall and a bunch of people are coming together for different things, there's going to be times when we can use it to our advantage, and there's going to be times when we can just use it tactically, use it.
Yep.
And then know that if we really want to have a meeting, we don't do it at the mall. If we really want to have a meeting, we go rent out a VFW hall on the night when the
Right.
guys aren't there, and we go have that meeting there, and we know that we own the place. And
Or
it
you
ain't,
go to Rumble or whatever the new platforms are or whatever. Yeah.
exactly. And we know what we get good at doing that. And then if we want to have a different kind of meeting, we go to the range. And if we want to have a different kind of meeting, we go to a gun show. So we got to
Yep.
be able to do the same thing online. We got to be able to use Rumble and Tumblr and Gitter and all the other dumb ones, and use the good
that.
pieces of them and the bad pieces of them. Sometimes you need to talk to a bunch of Trump people, then go use one of those ones where all the Trump people hang out. If you need to talk to a bunch of the other extremes, go talk to one of the other extremes where they hang out.
Yep.
Right. And
meet them where they're at.
and the thing is, we don't all have to know all of it. A couple of
It's
us
sad to
know
me
it.
when
Then we know somebody who knows somebody to get the word out when we need to, and then that's all that really matters. We just get good at that, and we're good to go.
it just saddens me that it's gotten to the point where literally showing an airsoft gun part, not even a basic firearms part, will get you a strike for showing a picture of it in the media, right? It's so over the top, you know? But whatever.
It depends how you look at it. There's people out there making a fortune doing all kinds of stuff with guns, so they're not tyrannical. They just have a set of rules, and as long as you don't jump into the parts where they happen to be focused on, it's like Indiana Jones in that part where he's going through. As long as you don't step on where the light's shining, you just walk right through. You can be frustrated if you want, but you could also just walk right through and keep going.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I think you've already noticed, I haven't gone to the extremes of finding where the off-platform areas are for the printing gun community is, just because that hasn't been a focus of mine. But that being said, as I spend more and more time back with the gun community, I would at least like to find some of those people, and if I can, like I am with you, be a benefit of helping them have a better journey in their printing, you know. So that's sort of on my agenda, you know.
Yeah, that'd be interesting because I know some of them from just from afar watching the shows or the live conversations with them, right?
Yeah.
Is that some of them are coming into it like as printers and then gun people, so they want to try printing guns, and then other people are gun people who bought a printer and then just, you know, give me this recipe and so I can they could care less. They just, it's like a drill press. They don't care about the drill press. They just want a hole drilled. So that'll be interesting to see like the different you know, just all the different facets there, because that's at least the two big directions I see people coming at it. And then there's you could have a 3D printer and you could like the idea of 80% guns, but that doesn't mean you want to print an 80% gun. You know what I mean? Like I have a printer and I really like printing, but I have like zero interest in printing a gun. Like I would rather buy one that's made on a real machine than buy, you know, one.
I'm sort of with you there, but why would I print an 80% for myself? I can print 100%.
Like I'm saying, I just don't want to print anything because I'd rather have one made by Glock or whoever. Like I don't.
But you know what I mean.
But
I was sort of putting that idea out there. When you're making it for yourself, you don't got to do 80%. You know.
If it took an hour to print, I'd print one. But when it takes 12 hours, I'm not spending 12 hours to print one. I just don't need one.
Yeah, I've only printed a couple of lowers or whatever, just for grins or whatever. But I have all the STLs saved in places where when the cloud dies or whatever, if it does, I still have access to them. You know, that's a whole other thing to talk about. But
I've been looking at getting into 3D printing just because I've kicked around the idea of just printing lowers and even uppers. Is it ATI? I think is actually making a polymer upper.
yeah, there's all kinds of stuff you can do. You can do
22. And I was like, you know what, print off a bunch of stuff for the kids and just make a bunch of 22 long rifle ARs.
Yep, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you can make pick rails. There's a bunch of stuff you can do.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
You want to scale your materials. So one of the materials halfway between, I was going to mention this earlier, G-Webs, is halfway between ABS and PLA is PETG, which is basically the stuff that bottle caps is made out of. It's a little tougher.
The stuff that what's made out of it? What'd you say is what's made out of it?
Bottle caps. All your bottle caps are PET. So if you see one of those videos where they're melting plastic down to make extrudable plastic,
right,
95% of the time they're using bottle caps because it's PET. It doesn't have the G. The G is a glycol modifier just to make it a little easier. But you can get by without the glycol or whatever. It's just they're because they're manufacturing it, they're adding a little additive that just makes life a little easier type of thing. But yeah. Anyhow, so is there any other comments that are in the chat that we needed to address? Because I'm thinking I'm pretty close to wrapping it up here.
Well, it looks like we're going to be repealing the Second Amendment when Biden wins in 2024.
Oh yeah,
that's too bad.
I won't go down that rabbit hole on who's going to be the president next, but that's not for here.
I mean, I guess it has something to do with guns, but yeah, I don't know if we're gonna. This
isn't the venue to have that conversation.
But no, nobody's really saying anything. Got a couple of different people out there chatting. Well, if you're
I've been listening.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I've just been listening forever, just to what everybody was saying and talking about the Second Amendment and stuff. What you were saying, what Barbecue was saying, and everyone really, and Smeggy when he was on. Very neat.
Yeah, well, we're only gone 2 hours. It has been the longest one ever. But and if you got to jump out, Luke, feel free. We don't have to necessarily wrap it up unless everybody's about to jump out. But yeah, I think this one's been a pretty good. What the hell happened? Freaking myself out. My computer just started playing a video over here. But this one's been a pretty good group, or a pretty good set of topics or whatever, and we have had a lot of people in here. There are links out there. We'll see if anybody else jumps in, but
Yep.
I guess I just playing host here by cutting in. But go ahead.
I have a feeling at some point I'll need to get to know Echo a little bit better. I'm sure he's got stuff that he does that could either benefit from 3D printing or whatever.
All right,
But,
so here's an interesting thing. So back in 2009 or something, right? I go on YouTube, and then I became a YouTube partner, and that just meant they paid me, and I started paying more attention to YouTube. Made a bunch of videos, and then people started watching me, and then we started going live in 2008, 9 off of YouTube, and then we figured out we could play the videos on YouTube, so that created this community. And then by 2013, we had gun channels, right? And that was getting Every Second Matters, and that's when Luke and a bunch of other people, Yankee and Matt, were all little guys, and we all sat around BSing like this constantly. So you reloaded, Good Guy reloaded, and I don't know if was Dead Horse around back then. Do you remember Dead Horse? In Salt Lake City? Okay. So there was a couple of people that reloaded and had reloading chats, and then later on, Dead Horse would become one of the people that had reloading chats, and then Echo came along after Dead Horse. So all I'm getting at is, if y'all could see it from a big, like, overall view, you guys are all, you would definitely all hang out and have a good time chatting together, because you're literally all doing the exact same thing. You just all missed each other by a couple of years, but you're literally all doing the same thing, chatting about reloading and BSing and having conversations like this as we're reloading, and being aware and hopefully inspiring others who are listening and doing their thing over there, listening on their commutes or listening on their drives. You know, tons of truckers listen to this stuff. You know, giving people ideas, and when they stop and have lunch, or if they stop and go to a gun shop or something, you know, those that's how we get ideas around, and that's how ideas get thrashed out and come back to the conversation, right? I'll shut up.
What's that?
I'm just giving somebody else a chance to talk. So this is the most second ever 2/22/2022. Well, in 200 years, it'll be a more Second Amendment one, but it'll take 200 years, and I'll be 200 years older, and then I'll be a real dick, because I'll have 200 years more experience on all this.
You'll be the ultimate bud by then.
So I'm pretty confident we'll all be alive, unless you decide not to be. But we can already drop 20 years off of our lives by doing some techniques that exist, period. Like, they're not even magic. We can already do that. And you know, we can get into the future of replacing organs and guts and stuff with organs that we grow off of our own stem cells or something. So doing all kinds of crazy stuff to replace ourselves and get ourselves back to being younger. And then pretty confident most of us that we have in this conversation, it'll be on some kind of a hologrammy thing, and we might be living in different segments of the universe. But those of us that want to get back together and remember every second matters because of what happened on Earth back in the day, that'll still be a thing.
Yep. Have to go back in the archives.
Will there be lightsabers in 22222? Will there be lightsabers 200 years from now?
I think lightsabers will be child's play at that point.
Has to be, for sure. Only because someone will have made one just because of Star Wars. Like, they'll be like, oh yeah, we have to make one.
No, there'll be some other, I don't know, maybe the new weapon then will probably be something that basically destroys your digital footprint. You won't kill somebody physically, you'll kill their history, and that will be the end of them. Information warfare.
So that's actually a thing that's actually a pretty good robot conversation to have, because you think about some people are out there working for the robot cars, right? The robot cars have like something like 32 robot eyes looking out in all directions to make sure that, which humans aren't getting in their way. So then those 32 robot eyes on every single robot car are all connected to the Skynet in one brain, right? So this one brain just keeps learning more and more and more. And at some point, you don't have to have a phone. You don't have to have a little doorknob thing. You know how the doorknobs or the doorbells nowadays
The
are?
Ring doorbell, yeah.
Yeah, they're hooked right into Skynet, right into the police station. So you don't even have to have one of those. You just need to walk down the street in front of a robot car or past one of them robot doorbells, and boom, the Skynet knows everything about you. Like their facial recognition's tracking you and everything. So basically, what we're getting at is in real life, our real life, you are being tracked, and you can't do nothing about it. So in virtual land is the only place people will be able to go to avoid or to have privacy and to avoid people snooping on what they're doing. So because of these robot cars and in whatever, we are going to need to have like these virtual places to hang out and have conversations.
Like I'll probably get directed ads for things that were specifically mentioned in this conversation in my ad feeds and whatever platforms I'm on in a couple hours.
Oh yeah,
we're already there.
There's some stuff with like the phones, though. Their phones will moan and groan to each other as they're walking through the aisles of the store, and they'll know how long you stood in front of the cheese flavored snacks instead of the barbecue flavored snacks, and then that's how it goes which flavor snack to throw at you next time you're standing in front of something too long.
Yep. With that doom and gloom outlook of how our digital future looks, I'm going to go ahead and pop out. I really enjoyed the conversation. I know I'm not as often as I used to be in the past, but I'm slowly picking up speed, and I'll participate more and more as we go forward. But
right on.
With that, I'm going to take my leave.
Take it easy.
Later.
I cheated by eating while y'all were chatting, so I'm artificially stimulated by having a bunch of food in me. But if everybody wants to quit, we could end it at any time. So Smeggy's saying that the robot cars use their cameras even when parked, but he claims it's not hooked to the government yet.
Yeah, right. That's just a question of time.
I'm pretty sure that because of the privacy something of whatever year it was, whenever they required that the phone companies rip themselves apart and divestiture, they said that you also have to give us a hole so that we can just plug our wiretaps into it, because otherwise it makes sense. They kept changing technology, and then the government would have to buy, it would just make it easier to say, leave us a hole for our tape recorders so we don't have to keep buying new tape recorders. And it kind of made sense at the time, but what that equates to now is that pretty much any tech, they have to leave a hole for the government to just look through, and the equivalent of a hole for their tape recorders. And that part's kind of creepy and could be looked at.
I just walked by the hole and I look and I see an eyeball.
It never blinks.
Yeah. I'm like, oh my, I'm being watched again.
But it's not all dire. It's just, if they're going to rely on this, then they don't expect that. And if a bunch of this happens, then the result is a bunch of that. I look at it more like pendulums and cycles. So that whole thing about the tough times and weak and strong times and strong people and all that, just get strong, start doing some stuff and acting, and we'll get past this, and then we'll look back and go, oh yeah, that was the tough times, and now it's easy times, and we'll take it for granted, and it'll get bad again. Smeggy's jumping in. Got anything more to throw at us?
No, I'm gonna jump, brother. I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, sorry to hear what happens and everything, but this gave you something to do to pass some time, and thanks for jumping in, and definitely look forward. Luke, as he mentioned there, he's all about what you guys chat about. So, and now he's a 3D printer expert. So it'll be interesting to watch all that peanut butter hitting all that chocolate.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
All right, thanks again.
All right, brother. Have a good night.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I'm going to go look and see if anybody's doing anything. I know that we got corked by about 4 different channels earlier. Oh, yeah, we're still getting corked by 1-2 different channels.
So, Smeggy, when you do get to have those conversations at work where somebody's like, "Oh yeah, I own guns too," have you ever asked them, like why they're closeted, why they don't talk more openly about it?
No, I haven't. In fact, I did respond to you. I've been listening this whole time. I just couldn't really be talking. So no, I haven't really asked that. I can't even say that I've ever really thought to ask that. Part of it, I feel a little hesitation because, like, I almost picture like if someone said that to me, would I take that as like insulting? Like, oh, what? You're too much of a pansy to be out in the open, you jerk or whatever. So, like, I've never wanted to cut a conversation off like when it was just getting going. But that being said, now that you mention it, it's like I could do that maybe if I've talked to someone for a while, like as long as I know them pretty well, and then just kind of ask
Yep.
that.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning like, cut the conversation off, be like, "Oh wait, you like guns? Well, why don't you talk about it?" But have the conversation, then like a couple weeks later, you're like, "Hey Bob, you know that conversation we had? I'm just curious, why didn't you ever mention it before? Like we could have been talking about this the whole time, dude."
Right. No, I definitely understand what you're saying.
Well, imagine it like this. Hey, what do you think about Second Amendment? Oh, I like Second Amendment too. Oh, yeah, I got guns. Oh, I didn't know you have guns. Yeah, okay, I got all kinds of guns. Most of them are 9mm. And then you're like, okay, well, good to know you. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Sorry, I asked. Yeah, no, I like I said,
I'll talk to you later, friend. See you, buddy.
I guess I just worry it could be misinterpreted the wrong way.
Yeah,
It's almost like if
somebody
someone,
you know well, then that would be definitely the person to ask. If it's just somebody that you talk to 2 or 3 times at work, they could definitely take that the wrong way, I'm sure.
right. Well, I just think of it. I mean, there are definitely parallels with like sometimes the Second Amendment or even being a gun owner and kind of like the gay rights thing. Partly is their legal fight where they were getting stuff passed in state after state after state, and then finally, like the shoe finally fell to the other foot or whatever it says. But even like the closeted thing, I mean, there's a reason that you can use that term, like a closeted gun owner. It's not exactly the same. I'm not saying it is, but there are parallels to it. So imagine if something like that, whoever, your buddy or whoever, cousin or something, they come out to you as being gay, and you're like, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" They'd be like, "Well, now I'm offended. Like that's my own personal choice." So that's partly why I haven't dug into it. And I would imagine, at least where I'm at now, I am going to ask now. I can already think of a couple of people I'm comfortable enough with. My hypothesis is they're going to say, like, they didn't think anyone else was into guns and that they would be looked, poorly upon or whatever. I just don't care enough about other people's opinion to worry about it. So I'm out in the open, no big deal. In fact, I have a sticker I got from Owl and Anchor for Freedom Week. It's the state of California that looks like a PMAG, and then it has the dates underneath. And I have that sitting on my work laptop. So if I set my computer down in a meeting or whatever, I take note of who glances at the sticker and kind of smirks, and then I know they're in on the inside joke. So that's my dog whistle at work. That way I don't have to, risk any employment or whatever. And that's the thing. Most people, even if they're like, "Oh, what's that?" I'll explain it because I don't really care. And they'll go, "Oh, that's cool." And then now I have a new friend.
Sorry, I'm listening. I'm trying to get kids to go to sleep. They're running late.
Is it bad parenting to say to little kids that the Second Amendment doesn't apply to kids that don't go to sleep? quickly enough?
No, I think that's good parenting.
You'll lose your Second Amendment if you don't go to sleep when you're told.
Good win. Remember that super awesome teal gun that you got for Christmas? If you don't get to bed soon, you're losing it.
And she just, what's that called? Narcolepsy's down on the ground. Boom.
I think we just figured out what some of the B's in guns and BBQ. I think one of them has to stand for Bloomberg. Like, that was pretty harsh.
Yeah, that was straight to like, we're taking away your
If you don't do what I want you to do, you lose all your rights. I mean, come on.
My plaything.
You know what? I'm sending over a case of Surge and with a note that says shall not be infringed. I'm keeping your kid up all night long. A pallet of Rockstar energy drink.
Well, there's only a couple people watching. I imagine it's just us, unless there's somebody else going to say something out there.
Sorry, I was throwing rock salt. The B stand for Bloomberg Q, just so you know.
Now you're throwing rock salt at your kid? Come on.
I was aiming for their eyes.
Go to sleep. Psh, go to sleep.
If you throw rock salt in their eyes, it forces them to close them, and then they go to sleep.
They wake up and they're like, can you imagine how horrible it would be if you got a bunch of rock salt in your mouth while you're sleeping? You'd have to wake up if you had a big chunk of rock salt on your mouth.
So I have to say, I don't know if we ever addressed this, G. I know you put in the poll at the very beginning of the show with, was this a good month or a bad month for 2A? I don't know if anyone really answered it. I know my answer. I said good month, but then when I was looking through, because I was going to do a legislative update, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get to it tonight, but I was looking through everything that happened over the month, and not too much actually really happened. A couple of anti things. I pointed out the one in New Mexico, and I saw a couple other. And there's like 2 or 3 constitutional carries going forward. But it was kind of a slow month for 2A stuff. I said good because of the feedback I got from you about SHOT Show. So I was like, that's got to be good for the Second Amendment, even if nothing specifically publicly happened. Like, things are looking better, and 2022 is looking to be a good year. I think we have some good fights, and we're still waiting on a couple of Supreme Court stuff, which I think will fall in our favor, and that should help quite a bit. So that's my answer to the question. Not sure if anyone else out there has an answer.
Yeah, I'm counting down the months until June. Luckily, they seem to be going fast.
What'd you say?
I said I'm counting down the months until June. They seem to be going fast, luckily.
Wait, what's happening in June?
That's when we're supposed to get the decision on the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association case.
Well, because it's also when we're supposed to hear from the brace, and then 2 months later.
No, definition of firearm and receiver is in June. I think June 5th, if I remember correctly. And then the pistol brace, they're going to roll out in August. But from what I understand, I think it's June also that the Supreme Court will decide if it's going to take up the bump stock case or not.
Yeah, so that's a bunch of stuff that I am not looking forward to, a bunch of like news of the day and observations until we get to observe the news of the day of what we're told about that results. I'd rather see national level leadership like ascending all the way up until when that happens, there's a national level yell for a result in our favor. Like, I think this is the time to change the paradigm. Right now, I think we're going to get nothing because the national level organizations seem to be focused on petitioning lawsuits to the Supreme Court. So they're going to focus on that element. But I think they're just going to sit and wait to see what the results are of the ATF instead of some kind of campaign to demand a result or demand a cease or demand an accounting for the time, effort spent, and why, and from the representatives who we hold accountable for that stuff, who technically own the responsibility, and something that pushes the ATF, who doesn't even have a director right now, who's just running rogue, who's running on directives from the executive branch, saying like that's something that we're leaving on the table, and we're not taking advantage of the potential. Like, we're not capitalizing on that potential of getting everything I just said, getting resistance to that, and basically demand here's what we want, here's the answer we want, here's what we expect the representatives to tell the ATF, period. Quit doing this, get the hell out of there, leave us alone.
Well, and you just kind of sparked my brain there. I had asked earlier right before I jumped out about like brainstorming ideas of how do we stop the ATF from redefining everything every 2 seconds. And I think you kind of hit on something that is a valuable tool, is make them justify their time and money spent on, basically investigating new definitions, and then the comment period, and having to respond to that and all that.
How did you do this? Who suggested this? What's the reason for it? And then, so first off, decide if that was a good decision or not, and they're paying for it, have consequences there. And then, how much did you spend on all this? And then justify it.
Right. And then also, additionally, is whatever they do end up deciding is like also put pressure on, well, where is your data that this is actually going to like help anything? And, or even go back to some of the other stuff, like, whatever, the bump stocks and all that stuff. It's like, do you have data of crime going down, or how many cases, how many people have you prosecuted, and blah, blah, blah. Like, where are the numbers? You guys know me, I'm a nerd. So I want to see the work and show me what that was before and what it is after, and then prove to me that it was worth it. Because if you save one person and spent $2 trillion,
that was in the comment periods. That was literally in there. So a focus on that data, and a what's the word, like presenting that data for what it doesn't offer, so that they have to then challenge it, because they've already presented it and it's weak. But it was literally in the comment period description.
Okay, well, that would be the comment period description would be like their hypothetical impact or effect or whatever.
Justification based.
Anyone thought like they've decided stuff 5 years ago? Did that work? Like, has anyone ever gone back and saw if real life met the expectation of what it was supposed to do? And I don't know, maybe we have to dig in and do that.
No, that's a great question, because that's, again, a national level leadership. I would say that the responsibility would be at a national level, right? So that they could have a legal person or whatever that would be, somebody with that political awareness to know the bureaucracy of it, so that then they could report on it. Somebody that's good at it and can get the information across without a lot of bias or hype, and then just get it out there, kind of like in a John Lott way.
Yeah, and
I didn't want to make more homework for John Lott, but I think he has to do that.
One of the other things is, during the last comment periods for redefinition of firearms and receivers, they were incredibly vague about everything, including, if we required for all these non-finished or privately made firearms, whatever you want to call them, to be serialized, then they just said the cost would be minimal to the industry. And I remember making a comment like, what's minimal? If you guys are so confident in this, they should have an exact number. And then, on top of all the taxpayer dollars that were forked out with all of this, then when they decide, yeah, we're probably going to go through with this, they send out a questionnaire to FFLs and gunsmiths and distributors and retailers, everybody under the sun that would have unfinished receivers, and said, hey, how much would it cost for you guys to serialize whatever stock that you have, and how much do you have in stock, etc. Because they had no freaking idea.
Yeah. Well, another thing on that, even the cost to serialize is however many hours it takes to engrave, however many millions of pieces of plastic and metal or whatever it is that they're talking about. But then secondly, you got to keep I guess the government would want to keep a database or whatever of all the different things, and how much extra overhead is all that going to be besides the infringement part. Like, we all know we disagree with that stuff, but even just if you look at it from a practical level, you're seriously going to try and keep track of every single handguard, every single trigger group, every single spring. Like, are you kidding me? That's billions of pieces.
With
Well,
the
no, but
serializing,
that's what they're attempting to do, is to make it so laborious that everyone quits making the guns.
and with the serializing, it has to be done on a piece of metal that's embedded into the receiver. If it's a polymer frame or something like that, think about all the polymer lowers that are being made for build your own Glock kits and all that fun jazz that don't have that. So now not only are they saying, well, all of these are going to have, if you wish to sell them from here on out, they're going to have to be serialized, and you're going to have to tool up somehow or whatever you want to do. But then they're going to have to embed a piece of metal to serialize it first. I mean, that in itself is going to be a huge undertaking.
Well, that's again the assuming that they come through and come up with all their craziness, but their craziness is not implementable. So a lot of people are discounting it because it's absurd. But again, that's either an opportunity to get people to challenge absurdity when it is presented instead of just ignoring it, because that way you can hold people accountable and start monitoring like how many times they bring absurdity to the table, like just how out of touch they are, right? Because that should also be a challenge. Like, why would you bring up something so absurd as to serialize every spring on a mechanism that's not sane, that's not rational? So not only is it a massive burden, it proves that you're irrational because you thought this was even an appropriate thing to bring to national level attention, right? Like we should be having those kind of conversations. How often are we going to allow them to have it just end with us looking at each other and being exasperated and going, oh, that's a frustrating thing. They don't know what they're talking about. Like, how many, they don't get to do that. If they said cars should have training wheels, we would say that's absurd. Get out of here with that. Well, that's basically what they're bringing to the table, right? So we got to quit allowing this ridiculous back and forth to keep going on. But and that's not new. I mean, that whole concept isn't new. But the people who are bringing stuff up and the people championing Second Amendment stuff are new. So we're going to see different attacks and different ways to bring this stuff up, I guess.
Yeah. And the thing is too, we might look at it as gun people or Second Amendment people and go, well, obviously, like, that's not enforceable. That's absurd, blah, blah, blah. The thing is, it being impossible to enforce or being absurd, that's not a bug. Like, that's a feature. Like, I fully believe, like, with the micro stamping thing, they're not dumb. They know it can't be done. They pass the law anyways. And we like to laugh at them and go, haha, you're stupid. You called it a clip or whatever. And yeah, maybe they might do little stuff like that, but they aren't dumb as much as you think they are. It's like, they aren't. They know what they're doing. And same thing with like universal background checks and everything. And we all point out, oh, it's no way to enforce it without a registry. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of idiots. And they snicker and go, Yeah, exactly. That's our point. We're just going to wait 5 years and then say this is why it didn't work. Now we need the national registry. And it's the same thing with all the serialized microstamp, any of that stuff. They know what they're doing. They're playing a long game for sure. And that they have an excuse of why it doesn't work.
These are the strategies and the way they said it. That's the way they presented it to each other and the way they agreed on doing it. So all we're doing is acknowledging their strategies from when they created the strategies.
Well, exactly. It's like that's the quiet part not said out loud. And so if we can force them to say it out loud, it's the same thing when people talk about, like assault weapons or whatever. If you can get them to admit that they just don't like any semi-auto guns or they don't like any guns, period, it's like at least now we're in a level playing field. Like we all know Bloomberg isn't stopping until every single gun's gone. Can we ever get him to say that out loud? And maybe some people might wake up.
So the other thing is, though, they've already got some sort of registry going. Was it leaked by the GOA? I'm trying to remember. I got the information from Crump, but they've got 900 some million out of business records from FFLs that they put into a digital database. And those are going to be there forever now. Which honestly, at the same time, kind of makes me go, hey, just how many guns are actually in America? Because I've always heard the number somewhere around like 450 million. So we're going to say that in the last 20, 30 years, however long 4473s have been a thing now, I don't remember exactly the number. But
1968.
Oh, was it 60? I didn't realize it was that long. But so all the out of business records that the ATF has gotten, they have nearly 1 billion 4473s. So we're saying that every gun in America has been put on a 4473 twice.
No.
That doesn't sound accurate at all. And say I think when we hear those numbers finally, there's far more than 450 million guns in the hands of citizens.
The billion or whatever, that the gun can be bought by the gun shop and then sold to somebody. There's a 4473. Then that person brings it in and sells it, and it gets sold to another person. So second 4473, and then gets brought back and sold to a third person. So that same gun has 3 4473s with just the same shop. But if you add 2 shops in there, now it's got 2 4473s over here and one over there. And some guns suck, and guns get, some guns are getting bought and sold as commodities, and some guns are like, oh, that's going to be awesome. Oh, no, it isn't. Think about how many guns people don't like the grip angle of, or don't like the trigger on, or, oh, I bought the wrong color and everybody laughs at me, or I bought the wrong safety and everybody laughs at me, or I bought the wrong thing and everybody laughs at me. And they just, what I'm saying? Like, that's just a whole bunch of people that went to gun shops. Pawn shops, think of how many pawn shops go out of business. And those are just pawns. Those guns just were moved around. They didn't even exchange ownership, really. They just lent them over for some money for a little while. And that's 4473s going backwards.
True. Say, because like that Super Blackhawk that I just bought a month ago, they told me that they've had that gun in the shop like 10 separate times. Just people always bring it back. I'm like, you realize this is never coming back, right? They're like, yeah, thank God. Which it's an awesome gun. The only reason I can think anybody takes it back is because there is one ding dong owner in that gun's life that engraved their name into the top strap, which doesn't affect me at all. I don't care. It's an awesome gun.
The other thing, just on inflating the numbers a bit, and we're going to see it more and more, like it's going to grow exponentially, is all of the states that are banning private sales. Now, if you want to sell a gun to your buddy, you have to go to the gun shop and fill out a 4473 to give it to them. Or, I mean, especially the places where you can't even lend one without doing it. It's like, there's got to be people that are doing that. Someone's borrowing your rifle to go hunting or whatever, fill out the
Right.
4473. They come back from the hunting trip, they give it back to you, fill out a 4473.
Yeah.
So I can see where the number would be.
No gun trips. And you know, there's people that are like, oh, I'll give it to my son-in-law, but over the 4473 because I don't trust him. You know, or like, yeah, I'll give it to you, but let's do it on a 4473 in case you don't get it back to me and you move because I don't care. You know what I mean? Like that's happening. And then not just hunting, but like, I'm going to go to this competition shoot. Can I buy that off you, or can I bum it, you know, use it this weekend? And then again, yeah, let me get it on a 4473 so that it's yours, you know, so there's no problems with it when you take it to Indiana or whatever.
Yep.
And that's garbage. All those are infringements. All those are compromising, but necessary in order to live life without a bunch of hassle. And they create the system that then, unless we're focusing on it, gets used against us all the dang time. So anyway, this is 3 hours in now. There's people watching off and on. There are not too many people chatting out there. That's usually the indication of how active people are being in the conversation. I don't have much interest in just blabbing to blab. I like getting some information out there once in a while. Certainly new points of view when I'm able. And I appreciate the different points of view that come in and that are presented. Let's see. Guy that commented said, can we think of all the anti-gun things to do and then not do that? Fund the ATF, pay taxes that inevitably go to the ATF, donate to the Brady campaign, donate to the billionaire shell companies, comply. Interesting. Anyways, there hasn't been a comment in a while. Except for DJ being loud.
That's just because his hearing's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
DJ's always loud. But anyways, just sorry, Doug bit me when he grabbed his toy. I just want to throw out there, well, it was a while back. It was when I was just listening, but some of the more pessimistic views on the culture and all that stuff. I just want to say publicly, I disagree with that. I'm actually optimistic about the culture war when it comes to the Second Amendment. I think we're winning, and we're getting a lot more people that have never been on like the gun owning side coming in, and they're starting to wake up a little bit. So I will always be an optimist. And I think there is a time that we can pick between either one of the parties and they'll both be pro 2A, and then you can pick versus other stuff. It hasn't happened yet, but I think it will eventually.
Well, I think it's possible that a system that lasted through a civil war and then 2 world wars and then somehow led away through an industrial revolution and then a computer revolution and then invented travel into the air and then into space and probably through time, and then broke down barriers and stopped just slaughtering everybody and, you know, had fits and starts with, you know, changing dynamics on how countries are created and whatnot. But yeah, somehow, a couple of 3 or 4 people are going to make it all fail because they're so greedy. Like, even though we went through industrialism and massive capitalism and what do they call them guys? What do they call them people? The not the monopolies, or where they called the monopolies, but you know, the guys that had all the money back in the day, those rich people. Somehow we lasted through all that, but we're not going to last through like 1 or 2 rich people now in a world where all the borders are basically all established for the most part. and resources are all pretty much getting all figured out. And we're now looking up into other satellites of stars and flying around amongst them, using resources that we never even thought about, flying around out there. But yeah, I guess we're done with technology bubbles. There's no new technology that'll happen. No new like understanding will happen. No new communication will evolve. Like we'll just, holograms are fake. That won't happen. We won't get past translation issues. Like that'll never happen. And then, we'll start to share internationally at a whole different level. Like that'll never happen. But I guess a bunch of people are convinced that it's all about to end. And when you're at that ledge, it's easy to get frustrated and think that there's only certain options, right?
Yeah. And I mean, like you said before, it's okay to have differing opinions. In fact, I like I'll call them discussions, not really arguments. Like I like that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I think it's more a positive outlook than not. That's just my point of view. I also did want to say, I don't know if this is, I guess it's kind of is everything that matters or whatever, but when you said stuff, technology changing and stuff, that made me think of that funky gun that you saw it shot, the OZ or the ounce, I guess. The guy kind of tossed in there, oh yeah, and in the future we might use technology where, like, if you fire it, it automatically like calls 911 or something like that. And then he goes, we're using technology like to solve a problem, not just to like make it harder to shoot your gun or whatever. I kind of like that little dig against smart guns. And that's exactly the type of out of the box thinking that we can use technology in different ways. And that can lead to, I don't know, maybe even some better Second Amendment stuff, because people would be, I'm thinking like the fence sitting people, you might be able to get them on board if it's like, hey, this thing's for self-defense and here proves it, like this is.
So I just thought of something that would be pretty cool. Everybody wants a flashlight or a laser or some crap on their gun. Why not a body camera that when you unholster, it is automatically backing up the last 30 seconds to a minute. So while it didn't catch anything, it could catch audio. And then you're pulling up and taking aim at somebody. Now it's recording once you pulled it out of the holster. So you got a minute of audio beforehand and whatever's transpiring as you're using your gun in self-defense. And it can mount right where to your Picatinny rail on the firearm, whether it be a handgun or a rifle or what. I mean, most likely a handgun, since I was just talking about pulling it from holster.
Well, because one, it's something you got to wear, and then it would have to be aimed at something, and you'd have to have a camera constantly on for a concern that would be like get hit by lightning or something. But even if it disappeared completely, then you'd have to depend on one point of view that would be somehow on your side, ? Like it's just going to be a point of view. So sometimes it could help you, but just as often it could also be detrimental to a case. So, if it's obscured or has a weird perspective and seems to be contrary to your story or to your perception of things, then I don't think cameras are magic. I'm like an anti body cam on anything. The other problem is that a body camera, if you've got it, that implies that everybody's going to have it. I think it's a common thing. Anybody can do anything with cameras. I mean, cameras are just dumb devices. So once you've thought about it enough, it can be manipulated and messed with and positioned just right, or things can be done and like the frame rates can be figured out and things can be figured out. And anyway, so my problem is that whenever you have those things around, then you give people who want to exploit it an opportunity to. So I think they're like dash cams if you want to do it. okay, but I definitely don't want to lean into it or require it for sure. But I don't think you said require, but even just lean into it, I'd rather leave it be. I don't call it as bad as like a CCW badge, but it's going in the direction of leaning on depending on tech too much for me. And I'm all about tech. I don't like to depend on it at all.
Yeah, I'm not saying make it a requirement, but I just think that'd be a cool piece of technology to have, because even if for some reason it becomes obstructed or something, you still have audio file. And granted, yeah, if it was a bad shoot, then yeah, that's something you're gonna have to worry about, is the fact that you did
No,
have
I
a
didn't
bad
mean,
shoot.
I don't
It's
mean
not
that.
gonna.
I mean, even in a great circumstance, it could just be obstructed, have a mirror shine at it funny, or like have recorded upside down and no one realized it until you're already in jail and killed or something. Like, I'm just saying like a glitch or an anomaly that plays out to be contrary to your story when it really is filming what actually happened. Because I'm just
Yeah,
saying like,
and I realize what you're saying there, but what I'm saying is picking up audio also. So if you're sitting there going, "Hey, get away from me, back up," then next thing you know, you're drawing. And because what I'm saying is, so there would be a special holster. Like if you bought this, you'd
these
be buying
exist.
it.
FYI, they already exist. They've existed since 2008 was the first time I seen them at
Oh, I've
an
never
NRA
even
Phoenix.
seen them or even heard of them. So
Well, because
Yeah,
they didn't last very long because it requires a lot of stuff and people don't want it. People don't want a lawyer in their pocket and they don't want a listening device in their pocket. It's the same reason that we all have cell phones that have we have cameras, literally really good cameras. But how often are people whipping out cameras to record incidents like altercations and stuff? Some people do for like, it's for videos or whatever, but most of the time people aren't pulling out a camera as an insurance policy every time something happens. Some people do, but I'm just saying I think that's why if it was a product that was waiting to happen, we'd have phones that we would be using our phones like that.
yeah, and definitely the tech exists because I actually have a camera that mounts to the rail for my handgun, and I got it because I was starting to get into like competition shooting, and it was just kind of cool to see like from the gun's point of view, like what I was shooting at. But then the charging port broke on it, like it snapped off of the board, and I haven't gotten around to like soldering it back on. But anyways, the tech does exist. I want to say hi to Clover jumping in. What's going on, man?
Yo, happy every second matters.
Did you do anything special for Every Second Matters this month?
Nope. Did a podcast earlier and then had to run to town and get a few things just in case the weather turned bad. That's all I have done.
So what you're saying is you want to repeal the Second Amendment. Okay.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah. That power lies all within my hands. So yeah, why not? I'm bored. Need something to do, just like the moms, right? So all their problem is they're bored. They just need something to do. We need to find them something. We need to find them something else to do. I talk about that all the time. The whole misdirection thing.
81%.
Yep, the whole misdirection thing, right? It's like if we can point at something goofy and insignificant that would that potentially change the opposition's direction? Because they try to misdirect us all the time. So why don't we practice a little bit of that?
Yeah, they definitely have what's the called when you like shake the red cape edible, like the
antagonistic maybe or something.
Yeah, like they're putting out a lead or putting out some bait or whatever, trying to get us going. Like they definitely, that's what they use that kid from Florida for.
Oh yeah,
right? They send him out at the point or whatever, and then they just know that both sides are going to get showered in memes or whatever. And they both win basically.
Yeah. Yeah, you get people focused more on the meme culture and the superficial aspects of things, right? Rather than a tangible what's going on.
I mean, they got their place. It's part of the inventory, but certainly not going to solve everything. It ain't going to be the barrage of artillery or nothing. It's just the
Right.
additional stuff. Anyway, we've been having a long conversation, or a bunch of different topics today. We've been going for 3 hours talking about a couple of different angles. You're jumping in from the email?
Yes.
I guess I don't
Actually,
think
I didn't realize you're still live. I didn't even think about it because I knew earlier I'd missed it. And actually, believe it or not, I hit the live tab on YouTube, and you were the second one. So,
but I don't think I put anything in the email as far as topics or anything. I just invited a bunch of people yesterday. A couple of people said that they had their weekly or their monthly state level meetings. So I guess that's a good sign that some of the state level meetings are held on the 2nd, unless it's like the first, whatever this is, Wednesday of the month, kind of a
Yeah, they
meeting.
say it's like because it's just the first Wednesday or something.
Yeah.
That would be pretty interesting if it in the future, if it's not necessarily right on the 2nd of getting to talk with some of the state level people, if they ever jump in and give a little summary of what they're up to or what they're planning on doing.
One of my projects has been to get everyone aware of who everybody is, right? Like what all the Second Amendment is, because most of it is alive right now. Like almost all of everything that's ever happened in the Second Amendment, literally, is still alive right now. There's some of them are old, but most of them are still like younger than me. Like there are a lot of them are running around doing stuff right now. So it's been a challenge to figure it all out and to put it all together. And that's Minuteman University, this project, all kinds of things are really that goal, right? So part of that 2 years ago now was to put it all into paper, right? Print it out and make it that resource handbook, to a resource handbook. So I brought that with me to SHOT and had a bunch of people sign it. And right there, that was a pretty cool thing for Second Amendment because it gave me a chance to show some of these people the whole point of me making cartoons of them. Because most of them, I think, knew that I'd make a cartoon of them because people are like, why'd some dude make a cartoon of me, right? So now they can see what the point of that was. And even if they don't understand the whole concept, that what we're trying to do is give everybody the same set of not directions, but the same set of like ingredients so that we all know what we're working with, because then we figure out how to hack it. And then, once we all got the instructions, like we all know what got us to where we are today and who's everybody that was in the playing field, then we figure out how to hack it. And that's the other side. Like once this part's done, then we can do the other part, the conversations that we can have and the directions that are all being taken care of. We have I'm super confident that we're going to win this because we got so many players in the game, and this is the guide to all those players. And I got to tell 27 of them the sort of the gist of it, that concept. And whenever I'm able to take it to the next level, then finish this thing basically. That's going to be even more people that are aware of this whole concept. And then once they know there's other people out here that are all walking in the same direction, I'm really looking forward to what we're going to be able to do, what kind of conversations will happen when, we don't have to talk about the specifics and we can talk about more general directions. A bunch of reloaders and a bunch of sports shooters aren't going to get together and talk nuts and bolts necessarily, but when they're going to talk about saving their rights, that's going to be a cool conversation to have because they're not normally in those conversations because they're not normally at risk.
Yep.
Clover was at SHOT. I would say, I had a specific thing that got me in front of a bunch of specific people that were Second Amendment advocates and happened to be there, but because I was seeking them out or whatever. But they weren't hard to seek out this year. There was lots of Second Amendment presence at the show. I would say Mock Talk America, you and Clover or you and Ghost have been, allies of theirs since they became a thing a couple years ago now.
Yeah.
Their whole thing is growing in so many levels, and the idea that they've got the packaging with Arms Corps,
Yeah.
it
That's
even
pretty
says,
sweet.
mental health screening, WTTA/love. That's pretty cool. Or WTTA.com/love. On the packaging, that's pretty awesome. And that's not a bully tactic or like a twist your arm. That's like, hey, let's be proactive. Let's do something. We can show doctors that we're doing this when they effectively shut antis up. Like, there's no way that an anti can say how that's pandering or not anything other than what it is, honestly affecting the bottom line, trying to stop folks from having issues, right, and understanding how to solve those and stuff, and not just doing the basic job of taking away one item that they might use.
Yeah. There's been a long history of, I don't want to even say the industry, but, people proactively kind of seeing the writing on the wall or whatever and doing things, right, that circumvent the government forcing it to be done. So like, what if, like with the ammo, for example, what if with, everybody cries, this tragedy happened, the guy was, gal, whoever was mentally unstable, mentally this, mentally that, mentally this, with all the red flag laws, with all the other stuff. And they go, oh, well, just like cigarette packs need a warning, now ammunition needs a warning. And they go, oh, well, because ammunition needs a warning, and you guys fought that, right? Because it was government mandated, let's say. It had nothing to do with whether it was the appropriate thing to do or right or wrong to do, but because it was mandated, it's like, oh, well, you fought that. Well, now we're going to push, you need a mental health check or some kind of something, right? To even purchase ammo, to get a license to purchase it, or, what crazy wormholes and worlds do we go down, right? Potentially. And by heading it off in the past and showing that, look, we're proactive. We've got a few things. I mean, it's like somebody owning up to something, right? Like getting out in front of it, right? Like something bad will happen, and usually the smart people get out in front of it, right? They come out and it's like, oh man, I screwed up. Here's what went down. Um, whatever, right? And so, that to me, that usually turns out well. It turns out a lot better than ignoring an issue. And so, yeah, what they're doing is great in that respects. And then to hear Mike and the other ones talking is, just the connections and stuff. I mean, dude's been at the White House, like literally. Um, he's been in rooms with, very powerful, very influential people, and not gun friendly people. And, he's able to have a conversation that is, let's take the gun and put the gun off to the side for a minute. We're talking about mental health here, right? So, like, taking somebody's guns away or restricting access to guns for somebody that has some type of mental health issue doesn't deal with the root of the problem, which is the mental health issue, right? And so it's proactively provoking. I don't know if provoking is the word, but it's proactively provoking. I'm going to use that word, the correct conversation, which is really cool. Something they're doing that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way to almost like frame the conversation, but from like our point of view, like you said, instead of waiting for the government to mandate something, because we know that for one, like the mandates are stupid, but two, they're going to do it wrong. So it's like, why not let the people who know about it and actually like care about the topic be the ones to decide what the best course of action is?
Yeah. Well, wasn't it gun locks that the industry kind of got out ahead of? Gee, wasn't that one of the things?
One of them, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
they kind of seen it coming, and it was like, well, crap, how cheap when can we get a lock from China? What, 10 cents? Okay, throw a lock in every box. Big deal. And then, they don't have to write the legislation. We can say, look, they're suggesting we do this. We're already doing it. What's the problem? And it kind of makes the folks that are suggesting things kind of makes them look like a moron in a way. It's like, you don't even know enough about what you're talking about to understand that we already do that. And how often do we say that, right? Because they don't even know current regulations and current laws and everything else. How often do people, well, it's easier to go buy a Glock than it is to get a library card? In what freaking world is it easier to buy a Glock than to go get a library card? That's somebody that has no clue what they're talking about. And so it's nice when we can point and go, oh, yeah, those background checks you're talking about, they're absolutely stupid and make no sense and don't actually work to stop anything. But you know what? We already have that. So why are you pushing something that we already have? And that's a bad example because that was government mandated. But the lock thing, for example, right? Like, why are you pushing locks to be sold with every gun? We already do that.
That was brought up in a national level thing by a lady, and I'm trying to remember. It wasn't that long ago, but it had to be 17. So it had to be a little while ago. So definitely in the heyday of Every Second Matters, because I remember putting it in there. But anyway, I do remember that kind of concept where, not word for word, but that connotation of what you're saying, like when they were saying, well, what about this? And then the response from this lady who was super good at enunciating it was like, well, we already have that and we've had it for a while. And thanks for not, or basically thanks for being oblivious. Like you don't even know what you're legislating. And so that had been effective, and it worked just as you'd expect. Right. We all cheered, and they all tried to blow it off immediately. Like, oh, it's almost as bad as the island flipping over. Like, they don't want to acknowledge that they weren't even paying attention, but it definitely worked. Now, it had to be, I'm thinking it might have been, not had to be, but it might have been Hearing Protection Act or National Reciprocity, because it was something that I don't think actually came through. But I remember it was something that we were all kind of a bunch of people at least were paying attention to live. So I remember the time, but I just don't remember the specifics right now.
So DJ out there, he's talking about the illegal procurement is easier. Yeah, I disagree with that. Unless you're a criminal element, unless you're already involved in a gang, I wouldn't know the first. It would take me hours and traveling and mulling around in shady areas and risking my life and all kind. I don't risk my life to go down to the gun shop and fill out a 4473 and pick up a Glock, but I would do that. So for me, and I would say for the vast majority of people, it is not easier. Now, for criminal element, if we're talking about that, sure, maybe so, because you already have those connections and you're already embedded in that world and whatever. But let's be real about what percentage of this country is the criminal element, right? Or am I wrong?
I agree with you. I think the vast majority of people are mostly good. Like, I have absolutely no idea where to even start if I was gonna buy a gun on the black market. I know where to start if I want a library card. I'd go to the library.
Right. And look at price, right? I mean, it's going to cost you more in that world, or am I wrong? Because I thought that was the whole point. Is that
are we talking about bad people, like criminals buying stuff?
Well, just the whole notion of it's easier to get a Glock than a library card. Like, that's a very where, right? I mean, in some places,
it depends
for some people, maybe, but we're talking like for a very small percentage, is it easier to get a Glock than a library card? A library card costs nothing, so right there, even if the Glock costs you $5, it's more than a library card. Most library cards don't cost anything anyway.
The
And
only
so-
way you're going to get a Glock for nothing is if like you get some kind of obligation that you have to do something with it, and then you don't get it for nothing. You get it with an obligation, right? So
Right. Yeah.
the library card is free with no obligation, and it's free. So
Right.
you're
You
right.
could never check out a book, and the library is probably
Yeah.
still going to give you. You could probably tell them
They
that.
still
and
love
they would-
you, and you don't. Yeah, you don't
Right.
owe them nothing. But
Right.
yeah, that part of it. Yeah, sure. Obviously, there's going to be somebody, but that's like big deal. You know, some people can get a pit bull easier than a German Shepherd. That doesn't
This
mean
is true.
anything. It just means
Yeah.
that's what they have available to them.
Yeah. And DJ is saying, easier in quotes is subjective, and absolutely right. I think that's the point we're making, is just exploring that statement a little further, because people listen to that and have the reaction I have, which that's ridiculous, but they don't really explore it any deeper. So
But I think I was misunderstanding because with the before or whatever talking about what the crime is, I guess I was thinking you were going in a different direction. But I was going to say that as far as the world goes and as far as history goes, we don't have this much crime as it has historically been, or in some other places. We don't have the best, but we're definitely not the worst. If you rank all of like the 250 something countries, we're like 100 for violence and crime and stuff. And there's countries that are way less crime than us, and there's countries that got way more. Like say we're kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
But the problem is that we've experienced a very crime-free era there, especially and since
Right.
the weapons ban and everything ended. And the problem is that whenever a little bit of crime starts coming, if you only had 4 murders, I mean, that's a bad example. If you only had 4 bad crimes and you have 8 bad crimes, all of a sudden there's a 100% increase in bad crimes, and everybody should be concerned when there's really been 8, right?
Right.
So when it got to very low, be careful when they tell you it's up by 300%, because when it was down to 4, that means there's 12, and that's not as bad as when there was 36 an evening like there was at other points in time. And that isn't because people got better or worse. It's because there's cameras and there's telephones, and you can't just kill people like you could back in the day. You can't just beat people. It's not just cool to beat people. And back in the day when you could just beat your kids would eventually potentially grow up and kill you or whatever. Like that kind of stuff just doesn't happen as much as it happened back in the olden days. So it was just a more violent time, and we're not different humans. We're just, we're evolving and have different culture and society and all that, right?
Yep.
So anyway, I'm saying that to some extent we live in a pretty crime-free, like non-violent situation. When you look at where the violence and crime comes from, it's all specific to specific crimes and things. Like the violence is associated with other crimes, and then a couple of crimes of passion, but it's not like we have a bunch of crime happening until just recently. And then again, it's not like we have a shit ton of crime. It's just that it's more than the historically low amount of crime we've had. And it's just going to get people really worried and excited, or not excited, but really worried and paranoid, and purchasing stuff for effectively, I don't want to say no reason, but they're blowing it out of perspective, in my opinion, to some extent.
So I was trying to go through here. I don't know how many. Your statement about, what'd you say, out of like 200 countries, we rank like 100 or something?
Yeah, I'm going off of a book that came out a couple of years back, so that's probably changed to some extent, but I can't imagine it's changed too much.
So here's the thing: if out of 200, and this is what I look at, right? You can go good or bad with that. You can go one way or the other. You can say, well, that's bad because holy crap, we're 100, right? So we're not even in the top 10. And then you could go, well, that's good because, or you could say it's bad because we're not in the last, whatever, 190 to 200, or, well, that's not good or whatever because we're not in the top 10. You get what I'm saying? You could go either way with that.
Right.
But at the same time, you can turn around and go, okay, well, we kind of sit in the middle. So that sounds to me like we found a pretty good balance, right, between liberty and danger. The whole idea of dangerous liberty, right? It's like, what more can you do but feel that middle ground if you're trying to strike a balance between people being as free as they can possibly be while still holding people accountable for infringing or whatever on somebody else.
Well, and also if you look at it, if we're in the middle of crime, but we're like number one in gun ownership, which I think we are,
Right.
or we're at least up there for sure, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like, you know how sometimes you do stats like per capita, right? Like, so it's not just the gross number, it's the actual like per 1,000 people.
Right.
I wonder what our crime is per gun or what, or per 1,000 guns, there's one crime or something. Like, that's probably pretty good compared to a lot of other countries.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can play with the numbers
And
also.
and that's a valid point. If we're 100 on total crime, but yet we're leaps and bounds, number one as far as gun ownership, then that tells you real quick that the vast majority of people are obviously not, committing crimes with their guns. That the gun is not the issue.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I always like to dig into the numbers to get perspective.
But you get into other countries that have, it's every second matters. I get it, and it's the two-way conversation. But when you get into the whole crime, I mean, what countries that are 1 through 99, if we're 100, what kind of totalitarian bullcrap lockdown do they have on their people, right? It's like, how many of those countries, and I'm not saying all of them, I'm not saying there's not decent countries to live in that 100 or whatever, but how many of them absolutely suck compared to the United States? And without knowing list or seeing list, I can pretty easily contend quite a few of them, I would imagine, where, not even 2A, but, freedom of speech and the press may even be owned by, like, literally owned by the government, and corporations be influenced and run by the government far more than uh, a lot of the crony capitalism, quasi capitalism that some companies in this country do. And a lot of people don't understand that there's a difference when you go there. Oh, we're going down the road of so and so. These companies, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's still different. It's a lot different when there's a company is colluding with the government, right? Typically for the benefit of their own bottom line. And the government literally comes in and says, you do X, Y, and Z. And oh, by the way, we're not giving you any money to do X, Y, and Z, but we'll shut your business down, or we will, come in by force and with the military and make this happen. And that does happen in a lot of other countries. Yeah, that's the graph I was looking at right there, G, when I pulled it up. So
I just found this. Yeah. So is this where are we at? Oh, here we are. So they say well, that's not really middle.
it's on the lower end.
Is this the good side or the bad side?
That's the bad, I think. That's
that's Afghanistan and Yemen. Yeah, that might not be the good side. So then
we're at the
Uganda,
bottom.
Togo, Kenya, Congo.
Yeah, but again, Uganda, I mean, think about Uganda and what the living conditions and liberty and everything looks like in Uganda, right? So that makes my point that may be better with crime, but holy crap, there's no freedom there at all, period.
Yeah,
exactly. It also might just appear to be better in crime because they don't have like the records of it. Like if you don't catch a bunch of criminals, you don't know crime happened.
Yeah, like if you're born and you live your life in a controlled, scientific bubble with, and are fed nutrients and vitamins, and you never experience various kinds of food, you never experience the outdoors, you're basically captive for the purpose of the longevity of your life, right? What kind of a life is that? You feel what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, you can, if you crime would go down if you locked everybody away, right? If everybody was locked up, you said, okay, we want to know when you step out of the house, you're allotted only so much time. So this neighborhood gets to leave their house an hour a day at this time. This neighborhood, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to an extreme here, but to make a point, if you did all that and you enforced it with military power, like if somebody was out, capital punishment right there in the street to deter other people from bucking the government, well, your crime's going to be low, right? Because you're not going to have anybody on the streets or engaged in commerce or anything else to lead to any of the socioeconomic issues or anything else. Criminals have a certain until they get caught, convicted, and incarcerated. Criminals have a certain amount of freedom, right? And it's the whole idea of idle hands are the devil's play toy, right? We have a lot of freedom. There's a lot of things in this country we can do, and you can choose to do, illicit, illegal things. You can choose that. We have the freedom to choose that. Now, paying the price once you make that choice is something totally different. But we've got the freedom to do that. We
I
can
feel
go
like there-
out. We can go out and get into trouble, right? It's there's nothing stopping us from going out and getting in trouble other than the repercussions of getting into trouble. Some countries, like I said, may not have that thing.
I feel like there might be something else to that list too. Last I knew, the Congo is still in the midst of a civil war, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I could be wrong, but last I knew, they were still in the midst of a civil war. Which then, I mean, how much crime are they keeping track of at this point, anyways? Because they're fighting a civil war, and then I'm pretty sure it's under a dictatorship. And if the dictatorship wants everybody to think that everything's amazing, are they going to be saying, "Oh yeah, we've got this ridiculous crime rate"? Or are they going to be like North Korea, like, "Oh, everything's amazing, look at us"?
This is true. I gotta think that when it comes to, and that's where you have to be real careful when you look at polls, when you look at data, when you look at charts, and you got to see where that was pulled from. I've got to think, at least with countries that are a part of the UN, if that there's some type of data you could probably pull from the UN that would be sort of reliable. And you're not just taking somebody's word. I mean, they've got boots on the ground. They, whatever the case may be, they're not just calling up the head of these countries and going, "Hey, what's your crime rate?" And writing it down. That would be a horrible way to put information together.
No,
And I'm
you
not
sure those
saying
numbers are right? Yep.
right, and not saying that people don't do stupid things like that, right? It's like, don't believe everything you read on the internet. If it looks plausible, that's one thing, but approach it with a little bit of skepticism.
It says that the NFA has existed since 1934. Nearly 2.4 million suppressors have been registered in the last 10 years. So 89% of all suppressors have been registered in the last 10 years.
Yep. That sure sounds like common use, don't it?
That's what I was getting ready to ask.
Right.
At some point, once we hit, what number does it have to be to have it fall under Heller where it's common use?
I would think it now, but I mean, definitely if it and make no mistake, if we get the digital thing done, there's going to be an explosion, at least temporarily. And if we bump up into the 90 something percentile on that, that definitely needs to be pushed. It's that whittling away thing, like, I talk about how we did constitutional carry here in Texas. It was on the table every session for, good Lord, 20 years at least. But same thing. It's like, look, Hearing Protection Act was proposed. You can lay out all of these different things. That's been proposed, and it really never seen the light of day. It was all tabled and everything else. So, it's not like Congress, which Congress is supposed to speak for the people, and I'm giving them a lot of benefit of the doubt here, but it's not like through Congress the people were able to speak on anything, so you don't have that data. And then now the process is so much easier. It doesn't take months anymore or anything else. And the months used to be because of the background check and blah, blah, blah. And so, I mean, at the very, very least, we could push, I think we could push common use, and suppressors already go on a 4473, which is really stupid. But cause stupid considering that you get paperwork, right? You've done your tax stamp and everything. You've got all of those forms. Um, I mean, so at the very least, the next step I think would be to push common use, and at the very least, at this point, they go over the counter on a 4473.
Speaking of that,
2018, we already had a Hearing Protection Act basically done. Like it was basically done, and we were debating of whether or not we were going to get it, both it and national reciprocity, and whether or not we should have national reciprocity. And that was the debate: is whether or not people should be actually pushing for both, or just national, or just the Hearing Protection Act. Hearing Protection Act united hunters, the ADA, any kind of person who liked the suppressor, and then other people who didn't care one way or the other because hunters were involved, and nothing had ever brought hunters together. And then one stupid bullcrap fake thing in Vegas ended it all, and no one even tried going back. It was the biggest failure I've seen ever. And so it should have happened in 18. It's a black eye and a disgrace on all the organizations who've let other things come and go since, because that should be constantly at the tip of all of our firearms, every single end of every single one of our firearms. The reason we have to put on hearing protection is because the NFA still exists, right? Yep. Every time we put on Ear Pro, we should be complaining that the government is trying to keep us from having safety, right? I mean, it's,
you know what the problem is?
Say enough how much we could be petitioning that.
It's the big Ear Pro lobby. They don't want suppressors. It's going to kill their business. It's all their fault.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with that. That of the two, I think Hearing Protection Act is the biggest push, because, you know, reciprocity can be dealt with at a state level. And for the most part, with reciprocity, you're only dealing with a few states, and that's easy for me to say, considering I can drive for literally states and states and states, right? And really not run into an issue. So location for me and where I sit plays into a bit of a bias for sure. But you know, the suppressor thing, I mean, we've done some pushing. We've seen some state legislation with, you know, localized suppressors and things of that nature that hasn't worked out real well, right? So I think squashing that in some way, shape, form, or fashion, to the overall game plan, right, of completely restoring the Second Amendment, I think there's more to be gained there than national reciprocity. But I'm also not opposed to having both on the table at the same time either.
I won't lie. I don't really want to see another push for national reciprocity. Which I don't know how much you got to catch earlier, if any, Clover. But we kind of discussed why with that one. I would much rather see just a push for national constitutional carry.
Right. Recognized, right? In other words, it's a restoration. We got to be real careful, and that's the rub, right? With national reciprocity is Congress giving us a right we already have, right? In other words, because once we set that precedent, that can be bad. Like, oh well, Congress, you know, says that you know there's reciprocity between all the states on carrying a firearm, right? So then, if they did that, then how do they regulate that from that point? They've been given that power through legislation in a way, and then how do they regulate that? Do they go to the, you know, if you get some pro Pro 2A Congress, I mean, they may go to the lowest common denominator, which would be great, and I think most of us would like to see. But just depending on who's regulating and the bureaucracies, like we see with the ATF and rule changes and crap like that, okay, we got national reciprocity, but the political winds shift, and now they're going to change the parameters of that national reciprocity, right? So with getting suppressors off the NFA, we're restoring things. We're taking power away. With national reciprocity, not that it can't be done, as you pointed out, effectively anyway, be done. But it's a lot trickier situation because you do not want any type of wording in there that can be utilized, gotcha clauses and aha moments where they can use it to further restrict or regulate.
Making some more hot chocolate over here. Super cold. So,
Nice.
well,
I
like I
miss
say, I
my
was
hot
just
chocolate.
looking through the, it's actually some kind of goop that I get at the dollar store that's got MCT oil in it.
Okay.
So medium chain.
Triglycerides or something.
Yeah, I think it's coconut oil and chocolate and then some other junk. So it's supposedly like protein chocolate milk.
Right.
So Megan saying I look at reciprocity like a driver's license. If you get one in any state, you can drive anywhere. Problem is each state requires classes and tests to get it. Well, without getting into much of the details, 4 hours into a chat or whatever, I think that there's still potential. I think there's potential in leading the way as gun people to things like constitutional carry, which sounds alien. It sounds like such a crazy concept to most people. I think that we're petitioning, we're in favor of the idea that just anybody who wants to can carry a gun. Like, how crazy is that? But in real life, that's happened in 21 states already, entire states of the country. In 2022, there's 21 of them that anybody who is legal to own a gun can just carry a gun however they want, without any kind of training and without any kind of permit and any kind of awareness from the state at all. They just get the gumption to do it, and they participate in freedom and get a gun somehow, give it to them, or they get it and then they carry it around. And guess what happens? The consequences of that are pretty much the lack of crime. So once that situation is known, people that were going to be petty criminals now know that there's a lethal consequence for such things. And they change their mind. They do something else with their time. And for the most part, I think we're all, okay with that. I mean, that's just the way it kind of seems to go down. So anyway, I think there's a lot to be done, a lot to be accomplished as we continue to pursue that and push towards it or facilitate it. I mean, obviously we're pushing towards it, but continue to watch it happen. We kind of talked about it earlier. There's 6 states that it could potentially happen to this year, which would bring us really close to 30. And, at some point there's that tipping point. And I think the tipping point is just the general awareness, right? The Overton window, the comfortableness with guns. Look at back in I don't know when you'd have to look in pop culture, but there must have been a time in pop culture where everybody was just comfortable with guns. Cowboy movies, nobody was like, oh, that guy's got a gun, he's a Yahoo. And then at some point, oh, that guy's got a gun, he must be a violent Yahoo or a criminal, right? There was a change there. And that change is just a perception. It's just a cultural phenomenon. And it can go back. And I think it doesn't get pushed back. It goes back with reason, right? With experience and with awareness. And we have people that are now intentionally shifting that, not just to shift it, but by being themselves, right? by just existing and being decent, and that awareness is going to pervade society, and we're going to have a different Overton window. We'll have a different awareness of guns in the future. Do we think we'll see movies? Have we already seen movies change? I mean, there's less and less of the Commando and Predator type of movies where they're just like gun porn for the sake of gun porn. Nobody wants that anymore. They turned into like Heat and Way of the Gun, where they got like really into the manipulations and gun use. And then they got kind of video game-ish when more and more people were interested in watching them be like they're wanting the guns to be like their video games.
Right.
Like, won't we see that kind of or will we see that kind of change to where, you know, ladies are just comfortable and, oh yeah, I carry a gun, the same way that like they don't smoke anymore in movies? Will leading ladies just, oh, let me get my gun on real quick and look nice and have like a decent holster and just like wear it in a way that she's just like, oh yeah, no big deal, I'm just wearing my gun.
Yep.
Because I think that's when we see, that's how at least I'll judge that the pendulum is swung and that we're living in good times, and we'll see less and less gun laws come around because people won't be afraid of them. People weren't afraid of drunk driving once there weren't drunk drivers running around, right?
Right.
Or at least they weren't unnecessarily afraid of drunk drivers once they were less of a thing.
What are the odds that, you know, some type of an accident with a firearm versus with your car, right? But yet people drive, how many millions and millions of people drive every day or get into an Uber or a cab or you know what I mean? And like nobody even thinks twice about that. And it's just weird.
All right, my dilemma is always after I spent this time getting this water all hot and getting it turned into hot chocolate now, do I pour cold water in there so I can drink it, or wait a while and let, you know, get the full effect of the heat by sipping off of it little by little until I can actually drink it?
Yep. Sip on
I
it.
feel like it's hot chocolate. You should probably get that full effect of the heat.
Yeah, I would agree.
But then again, I hate hot beverages. I don't care how cold it is. I would take a glass of ice water before I drink anything hot normally.
Yeah, things change. My freaking teeth and stuff beg to differ with all that anymore, but I hear you. Normally, I'm with you.
Well, I lie. Like if it's like chicken broth, I could drink that all day. And that having it cold is really gross. But short of like something like chicken broth, I'm not a fan of hot beverages. Like hot tea, I can do sometimes, but it's more so like somebody's like, "Hey, I've got hot tea," and I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, your water tastes like crap, so I guess the hot tea is going to be the better option here."
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going with the spinning it around. I don't have a spoon to put in here, really. All right. Well, I kind of mentioned SHOT being a place for 2A. Like I say, I think there was a lot of stuff that happened that changed at SHOT Show this year, and because of the fewer in attendance, fewer there's just more time to spend on everything. People were more, got, more done. So they had more time to reflect, I think, while they were there. It wasn't like chaos and nonstop. There was pauses and times to pay attention to what was happening as it was happening and stuff. So, the media being right on the main floor, I think that had to have a presence. And then the Second Amendment focused organizations being interspersed in booths. Not my favorite thing necessarily, but at the same time, it's different than when they were all stuck in one row in the basement where they could easily be missed. So it's kind of like it was back in the day where if they bought a booth, then they got a booth and it was just randomly around. But I think, well, I can't know everybody that was at SHOT Show or nothing, but I can tell who wasn't at SHOT Show. And as far as the media and stuff, and just the idea that new media folks who are covering their SHOT Show now are going to be maybe not focusing on because they don't know them yet, but at least in their coverage, they will, the Second Amendment stuff will be in their, what's the word? Like in their environment, like they're there. So, as we see this new breed of SHOT Show coverage, I can't imagine any of the organizations aren't going to keep going. I think they were all had great success. So I'm going to assume they're going to show up some more.
Right.
And that'll change. That's going to be a different community or industry going forward because they've only been an afterthought and completely ignored in the past. Not that they're, like I say, they're probably still completely ignored, but at least they're there and they're not ignored and absent.
Right.
Of course, I'm not totally focused and aware of them, but then they're not alone. There's the media that are aware of them, and then there's all those DC project ladies who are out there doing their things, either for companies or for whatever entities they're working with or for, and then often for themselves also, or just for themselves. And they're going to be aware of all those different organizations and out there, again, being this thread through the fabric of the industry. Like, they're going to be doing their own things each individually, but still with that awareness and that focus on the Second Amendment end of it.
Yeah. Yep.
That was way too hot still. I don't boil the water to begin with. Bubbles across the bottom. It's time to pour. Yeah, that's from the old coffee days. You don't really boil water. It turns bad, I guess. You get water to right when it's about to boil, and that's the best place to make a hot beverage from, for whatever reasons. I forget. I think it's had something to do with the breaking of the oxygens out of it or something. Like you're talking about water, it'll taste bad. That's usually if you let it grow to a real boil. If you can get it to where it's just about to boil, it'll usually hold its minerals, maybe, like it hold its flavor better.
All right.
But I'm just doing it on the cheap. I just take my one cast iron pan thing and just pour water in there and get it hot. And sometimes I catch it before it boils, and most of the time I don't. All right. Well, so we're at the 4-hour mark, and it's 9 o'clock here. We need to keep going for the sake of going. We'll throw the link out. Patreon's had a chance to jump in. Thanks for people that did join in. And I'll throw the link out here if anybody wants to jump in for the after. Otherwise, do you guys want to plug anything on the way out at the 4-hour mark?
Don't have anything except to say happy every second matters, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in. Thanks for Barbecue for being here for a chunk of it too. Well, most of it, I think. And then a couple people jumped in, and we had a pretty decent series of conversations this month. Can't imagine why we won't do another one. There's pretty much interesting stuff coming up this year. and always different ways to approach it, and new and interesting people in the fight. So as we watch people get frustrated and bored, and I guess frustrated is the way to say it, like apathetic, don't get too discouraged. They're going to be invigorated once they see the new strategies and the new people in the fight. So if you're noticing that some of the people around you are changing, are different, then who's on your left and right isn't always the same. Welcome to advocacy. It's a fair weather thing. When we're winning, everybody shows up, and then people start to trickle away when there's not wins, and not necessarily losses, but if there ain't enough, hype going on, if there ain't enough fireworks, then people just don't show up. So very few are going to stick around, and what we'll see now is the people that do show up are showing up for different reasons than the fireworks, and that's kind of fun. So when people show up with different reasons, then they don't leave for the same causes, and that's super interesting. Mm-hmm. So I think Clover has said it before with the bridges and stuff. This is how you figure out who the bridges are. The people who are crossing realms are the people that are there when it's not fun to be there, or expected to be there, or beneficial to be there. And that's kind of where we're at right now. I suspect it's about to get crazy. It's going to be artificially crazy this year, I think, with the midterms. But also just some desperation. People are going to want to justify memberships and campaigns and stuff, right? So they're going to be pushing all kinds of crazy stuff, looking for well, I'll just keep rambling here if I don't shut up, so I'll just shut up.
All right.
All right, anybody else got anything else?
Nope.
I already put the link up there, so now people are up to their own devices if they're going to jump in or not. We'll put a smeggy ending on this whole thing. I don't know, let's put a gizzard here. Then he'll feel bad because he wasn't even in here. Foss was here, and Smeggy was here. And Gizzard was only here for a moment. Oh no, I threw away Gizzard's exit. I had a bad Gizzard in here. I'll have to put a Foss one in here.
So let us know what you think. We'll be watching the comments wherever you find the video, over on gunstreamer.com or on guntube.org. Thank you for supporting our projects. If you'd like to buy us a cup of coffee, check out our Patreon channel.
The guys and gals of gunwebsites.com encourages you to take a CCW class every year, practice at least once a month, and carry every day. Thank you for watching gunwebsites.com.